Hold her hands. A thief must not escape. Musa twisted Ease's arms behind her as 47 food vouchers spilled from her torn canvas bag and scattered across the polished floor. The crowd gasped. Ease stared at the vouchers as if they were snakes. I have never seen those papers before. Ronka Balagan stepped forward in her ruby-red dress and crushed Easy's last plate of jollof rice beneath her heel. Look at you. You came here smelling of smoke and poverty, then decided to steal food meant for hungry people. Laughter broke from the suppliers standing nearby. Beside Ease, an old man in a faded brown caftan struggled to rise. She gave me that food, he said. It was her last meal. Ronka turned on him. And who asked the beggar to speak? A security guard shoved the old man backwards. Ease tore one arm free and threw herself between them. Do not touch him. Nobody in that hall knew the man she was protecting was the father of the company's CEO. And before that day ended, every person laughing at her would wish they had kept their mouths shut. Do not leave this story halfway. Comment your city, country, and local time below, and subscribe now. Because what happened when the CEO entered that hall changed everything. 36 hours earlier, before the vouchers, before the cameras, before Ease's name, became a dirty joke. In places where she had once sold food with pride, she was standing in a narrow kitchen in Ajig, counting money that could not solve all her problems. The kitchen was not really a kitchen. It was the back section of a rented room, divided by a plywood board. One side held a foam mattress, a metal trunk, and a standing fan that worked only when Nipa decided to behave. The other side held 2 gas burners, 3 aluminium pots, a cracked plastic shelf, and the small stainless steel tables had bought second-hand from a woman relocating to Ibadan. On that table lay 17,850 naira. Ease counted it once, then again. Then a third time, as if the notes might multiply out of pity. They did not. She pressed both palms on the table and closed her eyes. God, I am not asking for mansion, she whispered. I am not asking for car. Just let this one door open without somebody demanding what I do not have. Her phone lay beside the money. The email on the screen had arrived at 6:43 that evening. Congratulations. You have been shortlisted for the Community Food Vendor Assessment under the One Plate Forward program. Please report to Okafor Foods and Logistics Distribution Center, Ojota, by 9 a.m. on Thursday. Prepare 27 sample portions. Late arrivals will not be admitted. 27 portions. Ease had calculated the cost 4 times. If she bought the cheapest ingredients, the food would be poor. If she bought the best ingredients, she would have nothing left for transport. If she reduced the protein, the judges would say she did not understand nutrition. If she borrowed money, the lender near the bus stop would add interest before sunset. So she made a decision that frightened her. She would spend almost everything. The contract, if she won it, would require 600 portions every week for 6 months. It would not make her rich. It would do something better. It would give her predictable income. It would allow her to rent a proper kitchen with running water. It would stop landlords from looking at her food trays as if she was carrying smoke and trouble into their compound. She picked up the money and separated it into small piles. 5,200 for rice and beans. 3,600 for tomatoes, pepper, onions, and vegetables. 3,800 for oil and spices. 2,100 for eggs and crayfish. 1,600 for paper packs, labels, and transport nylon. 1,550 for gas and transport. Nothing for breakfast, nothing for lunch, nothing for mistakes. Ease laughed once, but there was no joy inside it. See budgeting, she said to herself. Even suffering has spreadsheet. She tied the money into the corner of a handkerchief, pushed her feet into worn sandals, and left for the night market before prices could rise again in the morning. Ajegi was still awake. Danfo horns fought with generators. A woman selling roasted corn shouted over a bus conductor. Two mechanics argued beside a gutter, as if the fate of Nigeria depended on one missing spanner. Smoke curled above the roadside stalls, carrying the smell of suya, engine oil, ripe plantain, and rain that had not yet fallen. Is moved quickly. At every stall, she checked before she paid. She turned tomatoes in her palm to test their firmness. She smelled the rice bag. She rejected a bottle of oil because the seal had lifted. She asked for the date on the egg crate. When the vegetable seller tried to push bruised carrots into the bottom of the nylon, Is removed them, one by one. "My sister, leave small thing for me now," the seller complained. "I am leaving profit for you," Is replied. "I am not leaving spoiled carrot for my customer." The seller squeezed her face, then replaced the vegetables. By 9:18 p.m., Is was back in her room. She washed every surface twice. She covered her hair. She labeled 2 bowls for raw ingredients and 2 for cooked food. She placed a handwritten sheet on the wall, showing preparation time, holding temperature and allergens. Nobody had taught her to do these things in any expensive school. She learned them after a woman once collapsed at a factory canteen where Is worked. The food contained groundnut powder, but nobody had written it down. The woman survived, the shame remained. From that day, Is promised herself that poverty would never be an excuse for careless food. At 10:07 p.m., she began the moi moi. At 11:32 p.m., she blended the pepper. At 1:14 a.m., the first pot of jollof rice was ready. She opened the lid, and steam rose into her face. The color was deep and even. The grains stood apart. The aroma filled the small room and slipped under the door into the corridor. Someone knocked. "Is, this smell wants to kill person," a neighbor called from outside. Is smiled but did not open the door. "Tomorrow, after my assessment, I will give you small." "Promise?" "Promise." The neighbor's footsteps faded. Is looked at the food and swallowed. She had not eaten since noon. She took 1 spoonful, tasted the salt, and stopped. Every grain had a destination. At 3:26 a.m., she finished portioning the meals. 27 white paper packs stood in rows on the table. Each one had a small cream label with the preparation time, ingredients, and a line written in neat black ink. "Consume before 2:30 p.m. Keep covered." She counted again. 27. Then she took an old orange lunchbox from the shelf and filled it with 1 modest portion for herself. It was not part of the assessment. It was the only meal she planned to eat that day. She washed, changed into a burnt orange blouse and a light turquoise wrapper, then tied a cream apron over them. The colors made her look brighter than she felt. Her hands were rough from heat and detergent. Her eyes were red from lack of sleep. Still, when she faced the mirror, she lifted her chin. "You are not going there to beg," she told her reflection. "You are going there to compete." At 6:12 a.m., she carried the insulated food boxes downstairs. The sky over Lagos was pale gray. A light breeze moved dust across the road. She hired a tricycle to take her to the main bus stop, then entered a bus heading towards Ohota. Traffic caught them near Maryland. The bus moved 3 meters, stopped, moved again, and stopped longer. The driver blamed road construction. The passengers blamed the government. One man blamed everybody except himself, while eating boiled groundnuts and dropping the shells on the floor. Is checked the time every 2 minutes. 7:41. 7:58. 8:16. She called the number in the email. Nobody answered. At 8:29, rain began. It fell hard and sudden, drumming on the bus roof, turning the road edges brown. Water entered through a broken window and splashed one of Ease's insulated boxes. She pulled it closer and covered it with her wrapper. A woman beside her looked at the food boxes. "Are you going for party? Assessment? Which company?" "Okafor Foods." The woman gave a low whistle. "Big people." Ease nodded. "Big people still eat food?" "Yes," the woman said, "but sometimes they forget who cooks it." The bus finally reached Ojota at 8:43. Ease climbed down with both boxes, nearly slipped in the mud, and walked the last stretch under the rain because no tricycle wanted to carry the bulky load. She reached the distribution center gate at 8:56 a.m., 4 minutes early. The guard at the gate looked at her damp wrapper and the food boxes. "Vedant assessment?" "Yes, sir." "Name?" "Ease Adebayo." He checked a printed list and pointed towards the inner yard. "Go straight. Registration table is beside the blue canopy." Ease thanked him and entered. The compound was larger than she expected. Delivery trucks stood in neat lines near the warehouse. A temporary canopy had been set up in the center, with white tables for the food vendors and a branded backdrop that read, "One plate, Ford. Feeding with dignity." Ease slowed when she saw it. Feeding with dignity. The words were printed in gold. Around her, vendors arrived with assistants, matching uniforms, stainless steel warmers, and printed banners. One company brought a refrigerated van. Another vendor had 3 workers arranging decorated trays, as if they were preparing for a wedding reception. Ease looked down at her 2 insulated boxes. For 1 second, her courage shook. Then she remembered the labels on her packs. She remembered the clean water she had boiled when the tap ran brown. She remembered that good food did not become bad because it arrived without a van. At the registration table, an employee scanned her invitation and gave her number 23. "Set up at the far end," the employee said. "Do not serve anybody until the panel arrives." Ease nodded. She carried her boxes past the other vendors. Some glanced at her. One man looked at her small table and smiled in a way that was not friendly. "Madam, did you come for community donation?" he asked. "No, assessment." He looked at her apron, then at his own embroidered chef jacket. "Okay, everybody has dream." Ease did not answer. She opened her boxes, checked the temperature, and arranged the 27 samples in 3 rows. She placed a small, handwritten card in front of them. "Jollof rice. Moi moi, steamed vegetables. Contains egg and crayfish. No groundnut." At 9:21 a.m., no panel had arrived. At 9:47, still no panel. By 10:13, the sun had returned with full anger. The wet ground steamed. Staff rushed in and out of the warehouse. A media crew tested lights near the branded wall. An employee told the vendors to keep waiting because the chief operating officer was in a meeting. Ease checked her food temperature again. She had planned for delay, but not endless delay. She asked the registration employee whether the judging would begin before noon. "Madam." "Relax," the woman replied without looking up. "You people always think your own matter is the only matter." "I am asking because of food safety." The woman finally looked at her. "Are you teaching us our work?" "No, I only need to know whether to move the samples into the cooling room. There is no space for outside vendors in our cooling room. Then the tasting should not be delayed too long." The woman waved her away. Ease returned to her table. Near the warehouse entrance, 2 workers rolled out blue plastic crates bearing the One Plate Forward logo. They loaded the crates into a black delivery truck with no charity markings. Ease watched one crate tilt. Through the gap, she saw sealed packs of rice, cooking oil, and canned fish. A label on the side read, "Community de Distribution, Zone 4. The black truck displayed a commercial catering company sticker. Ease frowned. Maybe it was a transfer. Maybe the company had many vehicles. Maybe there was a proper explanation. She took out her phone and snapped a photograph of her food display, not the truck. The picture caught the edge of the loading area behind her. She did not even notice the crate label in the background. At 10:36 a.m., an old man arrived at the outer gate. He wore a faded brown caftan that had been washed so many times the cloth had lost its original color. His cream cap was soft at the edges. His leather slippers were old but clean. He walked with a cane, not because he could not walk, but because his left leg still became weak when he was tired. The guard at the gate looked him over. "Where are you going, Baba?" "One plate forward collection point." The guard pointed towards a side shed where a queue of older people waited. "Go there." The old man joined the line. His name was Chief Bode Okafor. 29 years earlier, he had founded Okafor Foods with one delivery van, a rented warehouse, and money borrowed against land his late wife inherited. He built the company by supplying rice and beans to small schools, hospitals, and factory canteens. He knew what spoiled grain smelled like. He knew how many bags could fit inside a Bedford truck without overloading the axle. He knew the difference between profit and theft. 3 years earlier, after a mild stroke, he stepped away from daily management. His son Tayo became chief executive. Chief Bode remained a non-executive founder with special inspection rights written into the company's articles. Most people in the company had never met him. Ronke Balogun joined after his retirement. Many younger staff knew his name only from a bronze plaque in the main office. The photographs used in annual reports showed a broad man in dark suits, standing straight, with a fuller face and black hair. Age, illness, grey hair, and a plain kaftan had changed him. That morning, he had not come to play a cruel game. He had come because 11 food vouchers were impossible. Each voucher had a unique serial number, yet the same 11 numbers appeared as redeemed in Ageje, Oshodi, and Ajagunle on the same dates. 2 complaint letters had mentioned elderly recipients being insulted when scanners rejected their cards. One letter said, staff demanded 2,000 naira before reactivating a voucher that was supposed to be free. Tayo had never shown him those letters. Chief Bode received copies from an old postal contact, who recognized his name on the foundation documents, and feared the complaints were being buried. At 7:20 that morning, he had asked Dele Koka to drive him to Ojota. Dele had worked with him for 24 years. Driver, messenger, witness, and sometimes the only person brave enough to tell him when he was behaving like an old lion inside a small room. "You cannot enter there alone, Chief," Dele had said. "I am not entering a forest." "You had stroke." "I had a mild stroke 3 years ago. I did not become egg." Deal had squeezed his face. "Your son will blame me. My son should first explain why hungry people have vouchers that have already been used in 3 places." They parked 400 meters from the center. Deal stayed close enough to watch and record, far enough not to reveal that the old man had arrived in a company-owned vehicle. The company lawyer knew Chief Bode was conducting a field inspection. A clinic nurse had also been informed of his route. Chief Bode took one of the suspect vouchers and joined the line. When his turn came, a young employee collected it without greeting him. The scanner beeped red. "Used," the employee said. Chief Bode leaned closer. "Used where?" "Baba, it has been used. I heard you." I asked where. The employee dropped the voucher on the table. "Next person." Chief Bode did not move. "My name and identification are attached to that voucher. If it has been used, show me the date and collection point." The people behind him shifted impatiently. The employee lowered his voice. "Baba, do not bring problem." The system said used. That is all. "Is there a complaints desk?" The employee laughed. This is complaints desk, collection desk, everything desk. Move. I have not collected food, and I cannot manufacture food from air for you. The employee picked up the voucher and tore one corner. Chief Bode's face hardened. Why did you damage it? To stop you from taking it somewhere else. That is evidence. Evidence of what? Hunger. The man behind Chief Bode muttered that the line was too slow. Someone else told the old man to leave it for God. The employee pointed away from the shed. Baba, a beg. Go and sit down somewhere. We cannot help you. Chief Bode stepped aside. He did not feel shame for himself. Shame had passed through him many years ago when he borrowed money, lost contracts, slept in a warehouse, and learned that a person could survive public failure. What he felt was anger. Quiet anger, the dangerous kind. He walked towards the main yard, intending to observe the vendor assessment and the warehouse movement before returning to delay. But the heat pressed down heavily. He had taken his morning medicine with only tea. By the time he reached the blue canopy, his left hand had begun to tremble. Ease noticed him because he stopped beside her table and gripped the edge as if the ground had shifted. Baba, I am fine. You are not fine. I said I am fine. Ease moved a chair towards him. Sit first, argue later. The old man looked at her. There was no fear in her voice, no artificial sweetness either. He sat. Ease poured water from her flask into a clean cup. Drink small. Chief Bode took the cup. His fingers shook against it. When did you last eat? Ease asked. He frowned. What kind of question is that? The kind that comes before somebody falls down near my food and they blame me. Despite himself, Chief Bode smiled. Last night. What time? Maybe 8. It was almost 11. Ease looked at the 27 assessment packs. She could not touch them. The rules were clear. Every portion had been counted and numbered. Then she looked at the orange lunchbox beneath the table. Her own food. She had been thinking about it for the past hour. She brought it out. Chief Bode raised one hand. No, my daughter. I did not come to beg from you. I did not say you came to beg. I have no money on me. I did not ask for money. You need it, so do you. Ease opened the box. Steam no longer rose, but the food was still warm. She set it before him with a disposable spoon. Eat. Chief Bode stared at the jollof rice, moi, and vegetables. What will you eat? I will manage. That is not an answer. It is the answer poor people use when the correct answer is not available. Chief Bode's eyes lifted to her face. Ease pushed the box closer. Hunger should not have to prove itself before it receives food. For a moment, the old man said nothing. A truck engine started near the warehouse. Staff shouted instructions. The media crew tested music through a speaker. Around them, the compound moved as if nothing important was happening. But something had shifted. Chief Bode ate the first spoonful slowly. He tasted smoke, tomato, thyme, and care. Not expensive care, not decorative care. The kind that pays attention. He noticed the label on the lunchbox. Prepared 3:32 a.m. Contains egg and crayfish. Consume before 2:30 p.m. You label your own food, he asked. I label everything. If somebody has allergy, neat packaging will not save the person. Who taught you? Mistake. He waited. Ease did not explain further. Some lessons did not need to be displayed like certificates. Chief Bode ate another spoonful. This moi is good. Good enough for 600 portions every week? He looked at the numbered packs. You are here for the vendor contract. Yes, and you gave your own meal to a stranger. You were shaking. You do not know me. Must I know you before your body deserves food? Chief Bode lowered his eyes. Before he could answer, a sharp voice cut across the canopy. What is this? Ronk Balagan stood 10 meters away. Even in the heat, she looked untouched. Her ruby-red dress held its shape perfectly. Her heels struck the concrete with controlled anger. A gold bracelet flashed at her wrist. 2 employees followed her, carrying a tablet and a folder. Every vendor became alert. Ronke was the chief operating officer. She controlled contracts, distribution schedules, vendor approvals, and the One Plate Forward program. People said she could freeze a payment with 1 email and restore it only after a person learned how to kneel without touching the floor. She looked at Chief Bode, then at Ease, then at the branded backdrop behind them. Who allowed that man inside the assessment area? The registration employee hurried forward. Ma, he came from the collection side. We were about to remove him. Ease stood. He was weak. Ronke's eyes moved over E's damp wrapper, her small table, and her handwritten food card. Which vendor are you? Number 23, Ease Adebayo. Ronke checked the tablet held by her assistant. You are not here to run a roadside charity. I gave him my own meal, Ma. The samples are complete. Ronke's mouth tightened. Look around you. Cameras are arriving. Partners are arriving. This is a professional corporate assessment, not under-bridge feeding. You think people want to see one ragged old man bending over food in our media area? Chief Bode put down the spoon. The program behind you says feeding with dignity. Ronke turned towards him with slow disbelief. And the beggar can read. Ease's face changed. Ma, he is an elder. Ronke looked back at her. Do not correct me. I am not correcting you. I am only saying there is no need to insult him. The air under the canopy became still. One vendor pretended to rearrange napkins. Another looked away. Nobody wanted Ronke's anger to remember their face. Ronke stepped closer. You people are becoming too bold in this, Lagos. Because you cooked 1 pot of rice in a face-me-I-face-you kitchen, you think you have entered the same room with executives. Ease's fingers tightened around the edge of her apron. I came because your company invited me. We invited a vendor, not a woman who carries hunger and confusion everywhere she goes. Chief Bode watched Ease carefully. She could have apologized. She could have moved away from him. She could have said the old man disturbed her. A contract was standing in front of her, wearing red and waiting for submission. Ease swallowed. Then she said, If kindness disqualifies me, write it clearly on the form. A small sound escaped from someone nearby, half gasp, half warning. Ronke's expression became cold. What did you say? I said, if feeding a hungry elder is against the assessment rules, write it as the reason you are removing me. Do not call it lack of professionalism. Ronke stared at her for 3 seconds. Then she smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile of somebody who had just chosen where to bury a problem. Number 23 is disqualified, she said. E's lips parted. Ma, pack your small food and leave. The panel has not tasted it. They will survive. I spent everything I had to prepare those portions. Ronke looked at the table. Then let this teach you not to invest above your level. The words landed harder than a slap. Ease's eyes burned, but she did not cry. Not there. Ronke turned to the registration employee. Mark her as unsuitable. Conduct issue. Yes, Ma. Chief Bode rose slowly. You are disqualifying her because she fed me? Ronke gave him a dismissive glance. I am disqualifying her because she does not understand boundaries. Whose boundaries? My company's. For the first time, something almost like amusement passed through Chief Bode's face. Your company? Ronke did not notice the weight in his question. She was already looking towards the warehouse, where the black truck carrying blue charity crates had begun to move. Ease followed her gaze. Ma, those boxes say Adjay Zone 4, Ease said. Why are they entering a commercial catering truck? Ronke stopped. The employees beside her also stopped. Chief Bode walked towards the truck. One blue crate had not been closed properly. A paper dispatch label fluttered against its side. Ronka turned back to Ease. "What concern is that to you?" "I only asked because the one plate forward logo is on them. You only ask too many questions. If they are community supplies, enough." Ronka's voice cracked across the yard. The black truck drove towards the gate. Chief Bode bent as if adjusting his slipper. While doing so, he picked up a torn, duplicate dispatch label that had fallen near the wheel track. He folded it once and slipped it inside his caftan. Ronka saw the movement. Her eyes narrowed. She looked at Chief Bode again, this time with suspicion rather than disgust. Then she glanced at Musa Bello, the broad-shouldered security chief, standing near the warehouse door. Musa understood signals. He had survived 6 years under Ronki by learning when a look was an instruction. Ronki spoke softly to him as Ease began closing her food boxes. "Find out who that old man is." Musa nodded. "And make sure this food seller never returns here with questions." Musa's eyes shifted to Ease's canvas bag beneath the table. "Yes, Ma." Ease packed slowly because her hands would not obey her. Each paper box felt heavier than when she carried it through the rain. 27 portions. 27 careful labels. 27 small proofs that she had not come to beg. Now they looked like evidence of foolish hope. The vendor in the embroidered chef jacket walked past her table. He did not laugh this time, but he did not meet her eyes either. That hurt more. Chief Bode remained beside her. "My daughter, do not throw the food away. I will not. You can sell it." "Where?" "Outside their gate. So they can say I came to disturb customers. Then give it to people." Ease closed the first insulated box harder than necessary. "I did not cook 27 portions so rich people can reject me and call it charity when poor people eat the leftovers." Chief Bode heard the anger under her words. He did not correct it. She was right. Food given after dignity had been crushed could still fill the stomach. But it did not erase the crushing. The registration employee approached with a form. "Madam Ease, come and sign that you have withdrawn." Ease looked at her. "I did not withdraw. Whether you withdraw or they remove you, the result is the same." "No, it is not the same," the employee sighed. "Please do not make this thing long." Ease took the form. The box beside reason for exit had already been filled in. Vendor voluntarily withdrew after violating sanitation and access rules. Ease read it twice, then she handed it back. "I will not sign this." The employee stared at her. "But that is what happened." "No. I was disqualified after giving my personal meal to an elderly man. My samples were not tasted. Nobody showed me the sanitation rule I violated. If you want my signature, write what happened. Madame Ronke has given instruction." "Then Madame Ronke can sign it herself." The employee's face hardened. "You think stubbornness will help you?" "I think my name belongs to me." Ease bent to lift the canvas bag. Musa appeared beside her. "Madam, wait." She straightened. "What is it?" "Management wants to reconsider." Ease looked towards Ronke, who stood near the media crew speaking to a man with a camera. "Reconsider what?" "Your disqualification. Come to the waiting room. They want to review your file before final decision." The change was too sudden. Ease looked at Chief Bode. The old man's eyes had become watchful. Musa forced a polite smile. "You said you spent all your money. At least hear them." That sentence touched the weakest place in her. Ease knew it. Still, the contract was 600 portions a week. 6 months. A proper kitchen. A life that did not collapse each time a customer delayed payment. She placed the canvas bag over her shoulder and reached for the insulated boxes. "Leave the samples here," Musa said. "You will come back. I do not leave food unattended. Security is here. My food is my responsibility." Musa's smile faded. "Carry one box if you want, leave the other." The room is small. Ease hesitated, then carried the box containing 14 samples. She left the second beneath the table, zipped her canvas bag, and followed Musa into the administrative building. Chief Bode moved after them. Musna blocked him. "Baba, where are you going?" "With her." "Are you her father?" "No." "Then remain outside." Chief Bode looked at Ease. She gave him a small nod, trying to reassure him. "I will be fine, Baba." He did not believe her, but he stepped back. Musa led us through a corridor smelling of air freshener and printer ink. Employees moved past with ID cards around their necks. Some looked at her food box. One woman wrinkled her nose as if Ease had carried street dust into the building. The waiting room was near a side exit. It contained 4 plastic chairs, a water dispenser, and a table stacked with old magazines. "Sit," Musa said. "Who is coming?" "Management." "How long?" "Small time." He left. Ease remained standing. She checked her phone, 11:08 a.m. She opened the insulated box and measured the temperature again. Still safe, but falling. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. At 11:21, an employee came in and asked for her invitation email. Ease showed it on her phone. The employee took down the reference number and left. At 11:29, another employee entered and said the chief operating officer needed a photocopy of Easy's identification. Ease removed her ID card from the small inner pocket of her canvas bag. The employee waited while she took it out, then followed her to a copier at the far end of the corridor. For less than 2 minutes, the waiting room was empty. Musa entered through the side door. He carried a bundle of food vouchers inside a brown envelope. He looked once towards the corridor, unzipped Easy's canvas bag, and pushed the vouchers beneath her folded handkerchief. One corner remained visible. He adjusted it deliberately. Then he stepped out. The act took 23 seconds. A ceiling camera above the water dispenser recorded everything. Musa believed that camera fed only to the local security monitor. He did not know the system made an automatic encrypted backup every 6 hours to a remote server controlled by the audit department. Ease returned with her ID card and sat down. At 11:37, Ronki entered. She was no longer smiling. Behind her came Musa and 2 security guards. The registration employee followed with a clipboard. He stood. "Ma, you asked to review my file." Ronki closed the door. "Yes, we received a report." "What report?" "That vouchers are missing from the program desk." Ease frowned. "What does that have to do with me?" "We will find out." Ronki looked at Musa. "Search her things." Ease stepped in front of her canvas bag. "No." The guards moved closer. Ronki lifted one eyebrow. "You are refusing a search on company property?" "I am asking why you suspect me." "You were seen moving near the distribution area." "I came through the gate and went to my assigned table." "You questioned the charity shipment." "Questioning a truck is not stealing vouchers." Ronki's voice sharpened. "You do not dictate procedure here." Ease picked up her phone. "Then, call the police if you believe I stole something. Let the search be recorded." For the first time, Ronki's confidence flickered, only for a second. Then she reached forward and slapped the phone from Easy's hand. It hit the floor and slid beneath a chair. "Poor people have become too dramatic," Ronki said. "Every instruction is oppression. Every consequence is wickedness." Ease stared at the phone. The room was silent. Then she looked at Ronki. "Do not touch my property again." Musa grabbed Ease's shoulder. "Mind how you speak." Ease pulled away. "I said, call the police." Ronki opened the door. "No. Let everybody see what kind of person is trying to enter our vendor system." She ordered the guards to carry Easy's bag and food box back into the yard. Ease followed because they had her belongings. By the time they reached the canopy, the panel had arrived. Employees, vendors, media staff, and community representatives were gathered near the branded backdrop. Ronke walked into the center of them, as if she was stepping onto a stage built for her. "Ladies and gentlemen," she announced, "we have an unfortunate security matter." Ease stopped. Her stomach turned cold. Ronke pointed at her. "This applicant was found loitering near controlled program materials. Several food vouchers are missing." Easy's voice rose. "That is a lie. You kept me inside a waiting room." Musa placed the canvas bag on a white table. Ronke addressed the crowd. "We will conduct a transparent search." "Transparent?" Ease said. "You refused to call the police. You slapped my phone away." A few people lifted their phones to record. Ronke's eyes flashed, but the cameras had already given her another idea. "Good," she said. "Record it. Let nobody say we hid anything." Musa unzipped the bag. He removed Ease's handkerchief. Then the vouchers appeared, 47 of them. Their blue edges caught the light. The crowd gasped. Ease stopped breathing. For one frozen moment, every sound in the yard disappeared. The generator hum, the truck engines, the voices. Even the rainwater dripping from the canopy seemed to hold itself in the air. Ease looked at the papers, then at Musa, then at Ronke. No. Musa pulled the vouchers out and spread them on the table. Ronke folded her arms. "Still no? I have never seen those papers before, of course. You put them there." A murmur moved through the vendors. Ronke laughed. "Listen to this roadside cook. She enters a corporate center with stolen charity vouchers, and now she is accusing a chief operating officer." Ease reached towards the vouchers. Musa caught both her wrists. "Do not touch evidence." "Evidence," Ease cried. "You are the one who brought me inside." Ronke stepped closer. "Hold her hands. A thief must not escape." Musa twisted Ease's arms behind her. The vouchers slipped from the table and scattered across the polished section of the floor. The crowd gasped again. Ease stared at them as if they were snakes. "I have never seen those papers before." Ronke's ruby-red heel struck Ease's orange lunchbox, which had been placed beside the canvas bag. The lid opened. The remaining grains of jollof rice inside slid onto the floor. Ronke stepped on them. "Look at you," she said. "You came here smelling of smoke and poverty, then decided to steal food meant for hungry people." Laughter broke from two vendors standing near the media light. Nervous laughter. Cruel because it was afraid not to be. Ease's face burned. Chief Bode pushed through the crowd. "She gave me that food," he said. "It was her last meal." Ronke turned on him. "And who asked the beggar to speak?" "I was here. She never touched those vouchers." Ronke pointed at him. "This is the person she brought into our assessment area. Perhaps they planned it together." Ease's head snapped towards her. "Do not lie against him." A guard moved to push Chief Bode back. "Old man, leave this place." Chief Bode planted his cane. "I am giving a witness statement. You are giving disturbance." The guard shoved him. Chief Bode stumbled. Ease tore one arm free from Musa and threw herself between them. "Do not touch him." Her shoulder struck the guard's chest. The crowd drew back. Ronke pointed at Ease as if she had just proven everything. "You see? Violent. Criminal. No respect. I said do not push an elderly man. He is not your father. Must he be my father before he deserves respect?" Ronke's face hardened. "To people like you, every dirty stranger is family because poverty has no boundary." Ease stared at her. The insult cut deep, but her voice came out steady. "You are standing under a sign that says dignity." Ronke glanced at the branded backdrop. Then she looked at the cameras. "Remove her." Musa tightened his grip again. Chief Bode's voice changed. "Release her." It was no longer the voice of a tired old man. It was low, controlled, used to being obeyed. Several people turned. Ronke did not understand what she heard. "You have no authority here," she said. Chief Bode looked at her for a long second. "Is that so?" "Yes. If you are hungry, go to the public collection shed." If your voucher failed, take it up with the system. Do not attach yourself to this woman and disturb our event. The system tore my voucher. Then perhaps it was fake. It carried a valid serial number. Ronke's eyes moved to him sharply. How would you know? Because I read it before your employee damaged it. Ronke looked at Musa. That old man was asking the wrong questions. Too many wrong questions. She turned back to the crowd. This matter is simple. The applicant can sign an admission, return the vouchers, and leave quietly. We may choose not to involve law enforcement. Ease laughed in disbelief. Admission? Ronke's assistant produced a printed document from the folder. It had been prepared before the search. Chief Bode noticed. So did Ease. The paper stated that Ease had taken program vouchers due to financial hardship and accepted permanent disqualification from all Okafor Foods vendor opportunities. It also stated that she would not make public statements about the incident. Ronke placed a pen on top. Sign. Easy's hands were released, but the guards stood close. She picked up the paper. Her eyes moved line by line. Ronke became impatient. What are you reading? The words will not change because you are looking at them. Ease kept reading. There was no list of voucher serial numbers. No time of search. No name of the person who reported them missing. No record of who handled the bag. No mention that the bag had been left in a room controlled by company staff. Ease raised her head. Who wrote this? That is not your concern. It says I took vouchers because of financial hardship. Who heard me say that? Ronke tapped the paper. Sign and go home. Where are the serial numbers? Do not waste our time. Who searched the bag first? Who sealed it? Who witnessed the chain of custody? Some members of the crowd stopped recording and began listening properly. Ronke's jaw tightened. You are not a lawyer. No, but I can read. Chief Bode almost smiled. Ease held the paper up. This document is not a report. It is a confession you prepared before you searched my bag. Silence fell. Ronke's eyes flicked towards her assistant. A mistake. Small, but visible. Ease saw it. You had this paper ready, she said. You already decided what you wanted me to confess. Enough. Ronke snatched the document from her. Ease stepped back. I will not sign. If we call the police, you may spend the night in a cell. Call them. You will lose more than this contract. My name is already on the floor under your shoe. What else are you threatening me with? Ronke leaned closer. Do you know how many companies call me before approving a food vendor? I can close every door you have not even reached. Ease felt fear move through her body. Real fear. Not dramatic fear. Not the kind that disappears after one brave sentence. She saw unpaid rent, empty gas, customers turning away, her name moving from phone to phone with the word thief attached to it. Still, she shook her head. I will not confess to what I did not do, Ronke straightened. Then you have chosen the hard way. She ordered the guards to escort Ease out and confiscate the vouchers as evidence. Ease demanded a written incident report. Ronke refused. Ease asked for the names of every person who handled her bag. Musa laughed. You think this is court? No, Ease said. In court, you may have to answer. Musa's grip became rougher. Chief Bode moved beside Ease. I am leaving with her. Ronke gave him a cold look. Both of you should go. You have turned this place into a village square. Deal had already seen enough. From outside the main yard, he recorded the black truck leaving. He photographed its number plate. He noted the time, 11:52 a.m. He sent one message to the company lawyer. Preserve all CCTV and access logs for Ojota Center from 8 a.m. today. Founder inspection. Possible interference with evidence. The lawyer replied, within 3 minutes. Acknowledged. Preservation notice being issued to audit server and external backup provider. Deal moved closer to the gate as the guards pushed Ease and Chief Bode out. Ease's insulated boxes were placed on the wet pavement beside her. One lid had opened. 2 sample packs had fallen and split. A guard threw her canvas bag on top. "Carry your things and disappear." Ease bent to pick up the food. Her hands shook now. She had held herself together, under the cameras, under Ronke's insults, under Musa's grip. Outside the gate, there was no audience to fight. The tears came. Quietly at first, then with the full weight of everything she had spent. She crouched beside the scattered packs, trying to rescue food from rainwater. The cream labels peeled away from the boxes. Red oil ran across the pavement like a wound. Chief Bode stood over her. "My daughter." Ease wiped her face with the back of her hand. "Please, Baba, go. They may come outside again. I will not leave you here. You do not know me. You fed me. That does not make you responsible for my life." "No, but what I witnessed makes me responsible for the truth." Ease looked at him. He reached into his caftan and removed the torn dispatch label. The paper showed the 1-plate forward code, Age Zone 4, 312 household packs, and a commercial customer reference beneath it. Ease stared. "You picked that from the ground?" "Yes. They saw you." "Yes, that is why they turned on me. Partly." "Who are you?" Chief Bode folded the label again. "Today, I am a man whose food voucher was rejected." Ease's expression changed. "That is not an answer. It is the answer I can give you now." She stood slowly. "You sound like them." "Like who?" "People who know more than they are saying and expect poor people to trust them." The words struck him. He could not deny them. Before he could respond, Dealey approached, holding an umbrella. He stopped at a respectful distance. "Chief, we should go." Ease's eyes moved from Dealey to the old man. "Chief?" Dealey answered quickly. "Chief is a common title." Ease looked at both of them. Dale's shoes were polished. The umbrella was high quality. A dark vehicle waited down the road. Something did not fit. Chief Bode spoke before she could ask more. "Give me your phone number." Ease laughed bitterly. "So you can call and tell me to forgive them, so I can make sure you receive a copy of whatever record exists from today." "Can you do that?" "I can try." She studied him. Then she shook her head. "No, I do not know you." Chief Bode accepted the refusal. Fair. Ease gathered her boxes. Deal moved to help. She pulled them away. "I can carry my things." "My sister, it is not an insult to accept help. Today, everybody has been helping me into trouble." Dealey lowered his hands. Ease balanced the boxes and walked towards the bus stop. Chief Bode watched her go. When she disappeared into the crowd, he entered the vehicle with Dealey. The moment the door closed, Deal turned to him. "You should have told her." "Told her what?" "That the company carrying my name framed her while I stood there gathering evidence." "You could have stopped them, yes." Chief Ford's answer was quiet. Deal waited. The old man looked through the window at the road where Ease had walked away. "If I revealed myself inside that yard, Ronke would apologize, blame Musa, and burn the rest before sunset. We would save one woman and lose the truth about thousands of meals. And if that one woman cannot survive until your truth is ready." Chief Bode closed his eyes. That question followed him all the way to Ikasia. Ease reached Agi after 2 p.m. The bus conductor charged extra for the food boxes. One passenger recognized her from a short video already circulating on WhatsApp. The clip began after the vouchers were found. It did not show Musa leading her into the waiting room. It did not show Ronke's prepared confession. It showed only Ease shouting, Chief Bode speaking, and the guards restraining her. The caption read food. Vendenda, caught stealing charity vouchers at Okafor Foods. The passenger watched the clip twice, then looked at Ease. She turned her face towards the window. By 3:17 p.m., 3 customers had cancelled weekend orders. At 4:02, the owner of the rented kitchen space called. I heard there is problem. There is no problem with my food. They said you stole from a charity program. They planted vouchers in my bag. The owner went silent. Ease, I do not want police coming here. No police has called me. Still, until this thing clears, do not cook from the shared kitchen. That kitchen fee is paid until month end. I will refund balance when I can. When you can. The call ended. At 5:26, E's landlord knocked on her door. He did not enter. He stood in the corridor and spoke loudly enough for neighbors to hear. I do not keep criminals in my house. I am not a criminal. Then solve your matter quickly. I have 7 days before rent balance is due. I am only advising you. Police should not seal my property. No police is looking for me. Today, no police. Tomorrow, who knows? He left. Ease closed the door and leaned against it. The room still smelled of jollof rice. On the table sat 3 damaged sample packs she had managed to save. She opened one. The rice was cold. Oil had soaked through the paper. She lifted a spoon, but her throat closed. That was the first moment she regretted giving away her lunch. Not because the old man did not deserve it. Because hunger made humiliation heavier. She sat on the floor beside the stainless steel table and cried until the light outside faded. Across Lagos, Ronke was doing damage control. She instructed the media assistant to circulate only the edited video. She told the registration employee to enter suspected theft and violent misconduct into Ease's vendor profile. She emailed 3 partner organizations warning them not to engage Ease pending investigation. Then she called Seyi Daniels. Seyi was the internal auditor responsible for program controls. He was 34, careful and known for wearing grey suits, even on days when the Lagos heat punished anybody who tried to look formal. He entered Ronke's office at 6:11 p.m. She did not ask him to sit. There was a theft incident at Ojota, she said. I saw the alert. You will close the voucher discrepancy under external fraud, Seyi frowned. Which discrepancy? Duplicate serials. He became still. How many? Do not behave as if this is new to you. It is not new. That is the problem. Ronke's eyes sharpened. Seyi had flagged repeated serials 2 months earlier. His report was returned with a note saying the issue came from scanner synchronization errors. He was told to close it after operations provided a reconciliation sheet. The sheet had never satisfied him. Ronke opened a folder on her desk. 47 vouchers were recovered from a failed vendor applicant. She has likely been collecting used cereals and reproducing them. Recovered by whom? Security. Was Seags? This is not a court case. Then why are you asking audit to classify fraud? Ronke leaned back. Seyi, do not squeeze your face for me. I need the entries corrected before tomorrow's executive report. What entries? Move the disputed redemptions to attempted external abuse. Reverse the community distribution variance. Change the Ajig shipment date to Tuesday. Seyi looked at her. The Ajig shipment left today. Ronke's voice softened. That is why I said, change the date. He understood. Not everything, but enough. Why? He asked. Ronke smiled without warmth. You are an auditor. Ask fewer operational questions. My work is questions. Your salary is obedience. Seji's jaw tightened. Ronke pushed the folder towards him. You have until 9:00 a.m. He did not touch it. What if I refuse? Ronke's expression became bored. Your performance review is next month. Your mortgage letter is still awaiting company confirmation. Your younger brother's supplier application is on my desk. Seyi stared at her. She had arranged the threats neatly. One for his job, one for his home, one for his family. Take the file, Ronke said. Seyi took it. He left her office with his back straight and his stomach burning. At 8:34 p.m., he opened the voucher database from his desk. He searched the 47 serial numbers recovered from Easy's bag. Everyone had a history. Some had been redeemed twice, some 3 times. 11 had been redeemed in separate districts within hours of one another. The earliest duplicate dated back 6 weeks. Easy's vendor profile had been created only 9 days earlier. She could not have caused the original pattern. Sei stared at the screen. He opened the warehouse movement log. The Aegis Zone 4 shipment listed 312 household packs as distributed through a community partner at 8 a.m. Tuesday. But the gate scan showed the truck leaving Ojota at 11:52 a.m. Thursday. The vehicle registration belonged to a commercial catering company that supplied private events. Sei felt cold despite the air conditioning. He copied the query results into a protected audit folder only he could access. Then he wrote a note to himself with the time, source system, and exact search terms used. He did not send anything yet. Fear still had one hand around his throat. At 9:07 p.m., Ronke called Musa. "Did you delete the waiting room footage?" "Yes, Ma. Local system has been cleared. Gate footage. Adjusted. Good." Musa hesitated. "What about the old man?" Ronke tapped one finger on her desk. "Did you identify him?" "No. He entered without registration. But a man picked him up in a dark SUV. Plate number? Partially blocked." Ronke stood and walked to the window. "Find it." "Yes, Ma. And make sure the woman's name enters the shared vendor warning list tonight." Musa exhaled. "Ma, she may go to police." "With what proof?" The crowd saw vouchers inside her bag. Ronke ended the call. She believed the matter was finished. At 10:14 p.m., Chief Bode sat in his study at home, the torn dispatch label beneath a reading lamp. Deal had printed photographs of the black truck, the blue crates, and the gate time. The company lawyer had confirmed that a preservation notice was active. Nobody at operations had been informed of the external backup request. Chief Bode called Tayo. His son answered on the 4th ring. "Papa, hope no problem. There is problem." Tayo's voice became alert. "Are you feeling unwell?" "My body is not the problem." "Then what happened?" "How many meals did one plate forward deliver last quarter?" Tayo paused. "About 86,000. I can send the dashboard." "I did not ask how many boxes left warehouses. I asked how many meals reached people. The program reports beneficiary confirmations." "Who confirms?" "Our operations team and partner organizations." "Who receives complaints?" "Customer relations." "Who does customer relations report to?" Another pause. "Operations." Chief Bode leaned back. "So a complaint against operations returns to operations." "Papa, what is this about?" 11 vouchers were used in 3 locations. That may be a system error. That sentence is how theft learns to sleep comfortably. Tayo sighed. "Send me the serial numbers." "I will." "Where did you get them?" Chief Bode looked at the torn label. "From people your reports do not allow you to hear." "Papa, please do not go around company sites without telling me." "Why? Will the truth dress differently when the CEO is expected?" Tayo became quiet. Chief Bode continued. "Tomorrow, ask for every complaint received under one plate forward in the last 12 months. Not the summary. The original complaints. I will ask Ronke." "No." The word came hard. "Ask audit and legal independently." Tayo heard something in his father's voice he had not heard in years, not anger, disappointment. "Papa, what did you see?" Chief Bode closed his eyes. "A woman lost everything today because she fed me." Tayo sat forward wherever he was. "What woman?" But Chief Bode ended the call. He was not ready to tell his son the full story. Not yet. At 11:41 p.m., Easy's phone vibrated beside her mattress. A message from an unknown number appeared. I have the full list of voucher serials from today. Do not delete your photographs. Keep every receipt. Do not sign anything from Okafor Foods. Ease sat up. She read it twice, then typed, "Who is this?" No response came. She called the number. It was switched off. Ease looked towards her stainless steel table, where her market receipts lay beneath a bowl. Keep every receipt. She stood. One by one, she gathered them. The rice receipt, the vegetable receipt, the packaging receipt, the transport transfer confirmation. She opened the photographs from the assessment. The first showed her 27 spat arranged under the canopy at 9:08 a.m. The second showed the temperature reading. The third showed the labels. In the background of the third photograph, the black truck was being loaded. Ease zoomed in. A blue crate stood open. The dispatch label was visible but blurred. She moved to the next image. There, a corner of paper in Musa's hand. Blue-edged vouchers. The timestamp read 10:54 a.m. That was before she entered the waiting room. Ease's breathing changed. She enlarged the image until the pixels broke apart. The serial number on the top voucher was not fully clear, but the last 6 digits could be read. 492731. She remembered that number. 6 weeks earlier, a food seller from Agag had sent her a picture of a rejected one-plate forward voucher, asking whether Ease knew where it could be used. The woman said the scanner claimed it had already been redeemed. Ease had not known the answer, but she had not deleted the message. She searched her chat history. The photograph appeared. Serial ending 492731. The same number. Ease sat very still. The vouchers found in her bag had existed before she entered Okafor Foods, and now she had a thread connecting them. It was small, not enough to clear her name. But it was not nothing. For the first time since leaving Ojota, Ease felt something other than shame. She felt anger becoming direction. At 12:03 a.m., she opened a notebook and wrote one sentence across the top of a blank page. I will not disappear. By 7:15 the next morning, Ease had turned her small room into an evidence table. Receipts lay in one row, photographs in another. She wrote times beside each event while memory was still fresh. She listed the names she knew: Ronke Balogun, Musa Bello, Seyi Daniels, whose name appeared on the audit section of the vendor pack. She described the registration employee without guessing her name. She wrote the words on the confession document as accurately as she could remember them. At the bottom of the page, she added something that made her hand pause. Old man in brown kaftan. Voucher rejected. Witnessed the search. Collected by man called Dile. Address unknown. She looked at that line for a long time. Chief. Deal had called him chief. The man spoke like somebody who had spent years giving instructions. His slippers were old, but his grammar was careful. He knew what a valid serial number meant. He had picked up the dispatch label before anybody else noticed it. Ease did not know whether to trust him, so she wrote only what she could prove. At 8:02 a.m., she sent herself copies of every image and receipt by email. She also uploaded them to a cloud folder and shared the access link with a second email account. It was a simple step, but it mattered. Phones could break, messages could disappear. Fear could make a person delay until evidence was lost. At 8:37, she left for a community legal support center near the local government office. The waiting room was already full. A man argued about unpaid wages. A woman held a folder containing rent notices. 2 traders discussed a market levy dispute. Ease took a number and sat with her canvas bag on her lap. When her turn came, a legal officer listened without interrupting. Ease expected sympathy. Instead, the officer asked precise questions. Did you consent to the search? No. Did they call police? No. Did they issue an inventory of what was taken? No. Did anybody else handle your bag while it was outside your control? Yes. Security kept me in a waiting room. They sent me to make a photocopy. My bag remained there. Do you know whether cameras were present? There was one above the water dispenser. The officer stopped writing. That is important. They may delete it. They may. But deletion after a dispute can also matter, especially if a preservation request is made quickly. Ease leaned forward. What should I do? First, do not contact the accused staff emotionally. Do not threaten them. Do not post every detail online. Second, send a formal written demand for the incident report, the voucher inventory, the relevant CCTV, and the basis for your blacklist. Third, preserve your own records. Fourth, if they offer money, do not sign anything without reading it and obtaining advice. Ease gave a bitter smile. They already offered me a confession. Good that you refused. I was afraid. Being afraid does not make your refusal smaller. The officer helped her prepare a 2-page letter. It did not accuse anybody of crimes as if guilt had already been proven. It stated facts. It requested records. It disputed the allegation. It warned that the video circulating online was incomplete and damaging. Ease signed it at 10:46 a.m. The center sent copies by email and courier to Okafor Foods, its legal department, and the independent chair of the audit committee, listed in the company's public filings. When Ease left, she felt no miracle. Her rent was still due. Her customers had still cancelled. Her name was still moving through WhatsApp groups. But she had done one thing the people who framed her did not expect. She had created a record. At Okafor Foods headquarters, Tayo Okafor entered his office at 7:30 a.m. Wearing a cobalt blue suit and a face that made his assistant cancel casual conversation. He had not slept well. His father's words kept returning. A woman lost everything today because she fed me. Tayo opened the one-plate forward dashboard. Green charts filled the screen. Delivery completion, 98.7%. Beneficiary satisfaction, 94%. Complaint resolution, 96.2%. Beautiful numbers, too beautiful. He called customer relations. I want the original complaints received under one plate forward for the last 12 months. The manager hesitated. Sir, the quarterly summary is available. I did not ask for summary. The raw complaints are managed through operations. Why? Because operations resolves them. Send me the raw files. Sir, I will need Madame Ronque's approval for access. Tayo leaned back slowly. You need the Chief Operating Officer's approval to send the Chief Executive complaints about the Chief Operating Officer's program. The manager went silent. Send me the access policy, Tayo said. Not the complaints. The policy first. He ended the call and contacted legal, then audit. He asked both departments the same questions separately. By 9:20 a.m., he knew 3 disturbing things. First, original complaints were archived after 30 days and only summaries remained visible to executives. Second, the summaries were prepared by operations. Third, audit had raised a duplicate voucher concern 2 months earlier, but the issue was marked resolved based on an operations reconciliation. Tayo called Ronque. She arrived at 9:41 a.m., wearing a green suit, not the ruby dress from the previous day. Her expression was composed. Hope no problem, Tayo. He did not invite her to sit. What happened at Ojota yesterday? A vendor applicant was caught with stolen charity vouchers. Name? Ease Adebayo. Tayo's eyes changed slightly. That was the woman. What proof? 47 vouchers were found in her bag. There are videos. Full video? Ronque folded her hands. Security footage was corrupted during an equipment reset. Convenient. Her head tilted. Are you accusing me? I am asking. She became aggressive. She brought a homeless man into the assessment area, disrupted operations, and attacked security. My father was at Ojota yesterday. The sentence fell quietly. Ronki's face did not collapse. She was too disciplined for that, but color left it. Your father? Yes, at the center? He said a woman fed him. Ronka's mind moved quickly. The old man, the brown kaftan, the authority in his voice, the SUV. She forced a small laugh. Tayo, your father should not move around alone in his condition. People can take advantage of elderly men. Tayo stared at her. What people? The woman may have recognized him. How? Ronke paused. She could have searched online. He was dressed plainly. Most of your staff did not recognize him. Yet you believe a food vendor from Ajaj recognized him instantly and organized 47 stolen vouchers around his visit. Ronke's smile disappeared. I am saying we should not let emotion cloud evidence. Good. Then provide all evidence. The local footage is damaged. Audit has a remote backup. This time, Ronke could not hide the shock. Tayo watched it. Did you know? He asked. Know what? That the backup had been preserved. I assumed standard systems were operating. Legal says a founder inspection notice triggered preservation at 11:55 yesterday. Ronke's mind returned to the old man picking up the label. Founder inspection. Chief Bode. She had called him a beggar. She had ordered a guard to push him. Worse, he had seen the truck. Ronke drew a careful breath. Tayo, there may have been confusion. I was managing a public event. Your father did not identify himself. My father does not need to identify himself before staff treat him like a human being. The words came sharper than Tayo intended. Ronke's eyes narrowed. He continued. Send all voucher records, warehouse movements, vendor blacklists, and communications about Is Adebayo to audit. No deletion. No editing. No contact with her, except through legal. Tayo, this is an overreaction. It is an instruction. Ronke looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded. Of course. She left his office and went directly to hers. The moment the door closed, she called Musa. The old man was Chief Bode Okafor. Silence. Musa's breath became audible. Ma, I did not know. Neither did I. What do we do? Nothing foolish. Do not contact the woman. Do not destroy anything else. But the footage, local footage, is already gone. Remote backup. Ronke closed her eyes. Preserved. Musa swore under his breath. Ronke's voice became deadly calm. Listen to me. If this breaks, the vouchers were planted by you without my knowledge. Musa went silent. You told me to do it. Did I send a written instruction? No. But then remember who approved your promotion, your housing allowance, and your private security contracts. Musa's fear turned into anger. Ma, do not put everything on my head. Then keep your head useful. She ended the call. Musa stared at his phone. For 6 years, he had believed loyalty to Ronke would protect him. Now he understood the arrangement. He was not protected. He was stored, like evidence waiting to be used. That afternoon, Seyi received an automated notice from the audit committee chair. A protected review had been opened. All relevant records were under hold. Any alteration after 11:55 a.m. the previous day would be logged separately. Seyi looked at the folder Ronke had given him. He had not changed the records. He had only opened them. At 1:12 p.m., he completed a formal protected disclosure. He listed the duplicate vouchers, the requests to alter shipment dates, the threat tied to his mortgage letter, and the vendor blacklist pattern. He attached screenshots, query logs, and notes showing when he obtained each item. Before submitting, his hand hovered over the button. He thought of his salary, his mortgage, his younger brother's application. Then he thought of Ease standing in the video while people laughed. He clicked submit. No thunder sounded. No hero music played. The office printer continued humming. A colleague walked past carrying coffee. Courage often looked disappointingly ordinary from the outside. Inside Sei, something had changed. Ease spent the next 3 days trying to work. She could no longer use the shared kitchen, so she cooked only small orders in her room. 2 regular customers stayed with her. 7 others paused. One woman called and said she believed Ease, but did not want her church group involved in controversy. I understand, Ease said. She did not understand. On the 4th day, a courier arrived with a letter from Okafor Foods' legal department acknowledging her complaint. It promised an internal review and asked her not to discuss the matter publicly. There was no apology, no reinstatement, no removal of the video. That evening, an unknown man came to her building. He wore a pale shirt and carried a brown envelope. I am here from a community partner, he said. Which partner? He named an organization Ease had seen on the One Plate Forward banner. What do you want? To resolve misunderstanding. He opened the envelope. Inside was a check for 300,000 naira and a 4-page agreement. Easy's heart jumped at the amount. 300,000, more than her rent debt. Enough to replace the damaged phone screen, enough to buy a freezer and pay deposit on a proper kitchen. The man watched her face. You sign. You say the incident was misunderstanding. You remove any complaints. Everybody moves on. Ease took the agreement but not the check. She read. The document required confidentiality, withdrawal of all claims, and a statement thanking Okafor Foods for supporting her through a difficult time. It did not clear her name. It did not say the vouchers were planted. It described the payment as a resilience grant. Ease looked up. Who sent you? The partner organization. Did Ronka Balagan send you? The man's eyes shifted. Madame, do not complicate blessing. This is not blessing. 300,000 naira is not blessing to you. It is money, same thing. No. Ease handed back the agreement. He frowned. Think well. Your reputation is already damaged. Even if you fight, who will believe food seller against company? Ease's chest tightened. He had named the truth she feared. But he had also revealed the weakness in their position. If they were certain she had stolen, they would not pay for silence. She pushed the check towards him. Tell whoever sent you that I want 4 things. The man stared. You are giving conditions? Yes. Clear my name in writing. Restore my right to compete. Review every vendor blacklisted by the same office. Investigate where those vouchers came from. He laughed. Madam, do you know your level? Ease opened the door wider. Yes. My level is the floor where they tried to put my name. I am climbing from there. The man's smile vanished. You will regret this. Please leave. He left with the check. Ease closed the door and leaned against it. Her knees were weak. Rejecting money sounded brave after the money was gone. While it sat in front of her, bravery felt like madness. That night, she ate plain gari with ground pepper and wondered whether dignity could pay rent. At 9:18 p.m., her phone rang. It was the old man, my daughter. Ease sat up. How did you get my number? From the complaint letter you sent to the audit committee. Who are you? There was a pause. A man who owes you truth. That answer is still not enough. You are right. Then tell me. Meet me tomorrow at the community clinic near Penn Cinema. Public place. 10 in the morning. Bring nobody if you prefer. Or bring your legal officer. Ease's suspicion rose. Why clinic? I have a review appointment. You said you were fine. Old men say many foolish things when young women are trying to help them. Despite herself, Ease almost smiled. Then she remembered the vouchers. What do you know about the truck? Enough to say your question was correct. Did you send a message about keeping receipts? No. Ease frowned. Then somebody else knows. Yes, are they safe? I do not know. The honesty unsettled her more than a confident lie would have. "I will come," she said. The next morning, Ease arrived at the clinic at 9:52. She had informed the legal support center of the meeting and shared her location. She sat near the front desk where staff and patients could see her. Chief Bode arrived with Dealey at 10:07. He wore the same brown caftan, freshly pressed. His cane tapped lightly against the tiled floor. Ease did not stand. Chief Bode sat opposite her. "You did well to tell somebody where you were coming," he said. "How do you know I did?" "Because you are learning not to trust hidden arrangements." She studied him. "Start with your name, Bode Okafor." Ease waited. Then the surname reached her. Her face changed. "Okafor?" "Yes." "As in Okafor Foods?" "I founded it." Ease stared at him. The clinic sounds seemed to move farther away. A nurse called a patient's number. A baby cried from another corridor. Somebody dragged a metal chair across the floor. Ease heard all of it, yet none of it felt near. "You are the CEO." "No, my son is the CEO." Ease stood. Chief Bode looked up at her. "My daughter, do not call me that." Her voice was low, but anger sharpened every word. "You stood there while they held me. You watched them destroy my name. You could have spoken one sentence and stopped it." People nearby turned to look. Chief Bode did not ask her to lower her voice. "Yes," he said, "I could have revealed myself. But you did not." "No." "Because you were testing me?" "No." "Then what?" "I was investigating stolen food and duplicated vouchers. If I revealed myself, Ronke would have sacrificed Musa, apologized and erased the larger scheme. So you sacrificed me instead." The sentence landed heavily. Deal looked down. Chief Bode accepted it. "For a time, yes." Ease laughed once in disbelief. "Rich people always have beautiful reason for why somebody poorer must suffer small. You are right to be angry. I do not need permission. No." She picked up her bag. Chief Bode spoke quickly. "A preservation order was sent before you left the center. The remote CCTV is safe. Audit has opened a protected review. Your complaint is now part of the formal record." Ease stopped, he continued. "I did not leave you with nothing, but I should have found a way to protect you sooner without exposing the investigation. I failed in that." Ease turned back. There was no excuse in his voice, no demand that she understand. That mattered. Not enough, but it mattered. She sat again, keeping the bag on her shoulder. Chief Bode placed a copy of the torn dispatch label on the table. The Ajeji supplies were diverted to commercial catering. The voucher duplicates go back at least 6 weeks. An auditor inside the company has provided records through a protected channel. The unknown message, likely him, though he has not admitted contacting you directly. What happens now? The audit committee is reviewing. Legal is preserving records. My son knows enough to be suspicious, not enough to understand the full scale. Ease's eyes narrowed. Why not tell him everything? Because leadership must be tested by what it does when the truth is inconvenient. Not only when a father gives an order. Ease shook her head. "You people and tests." Chief Bode gave a tired sigh. "You are right again. Let me say it plainly. I want to know whether Tayo built a company capable of correcting itself. If he did not, I need proof strong enough to force structural change, not a family quarrel." Ease looked at the label. "Will my name be cleared?" "Yes. When?" "I cannot promise a date until the evidence is reviewed." "Then do not promise yes." Chief Bode fell silent. Ease leaned forward. "This is what people like you do not understand. Your investigation has time. My rent has date. Your committee has procedure. My customers have already left. Every day your company stays quiet. The lie becomes more true in people's minds." Chief Bode's face tightened. "What do you need immediately?" She sat back. "I do not want secret money. I did not offer it. You were about to." He almost denied it. then smiled faintly. Yes. I want the video removed or marked under investigation. I want written confirmation that no criminal complaint has been filed against me. I want access to the full inventory of vouchers they claim came from my bag. And I want the vendor blacklist frozen until the review is complete. Chief Bode looked at Delay. Delay nodded and wrote the points down. Ayres added, not only my name. Freeze all recent blacklists from that office. Why? Chief Bode asked. Because if they could do this to me in front of cameras, what did they do to people nobody recorded? The old man looked at her for a long moment. Then he said, that is the same question I have been asking. Ayres shook her head. No. You asked after it touched you. I am asking because it touched many people before me. Chief Bode accepted the correction. He took out a copy of the one-plate forward program summary. What is wrong with this system? Ayres almost laughed. You want free consultancy from the woman your company called a thief. I want the view of somebody the reports erased. She studied him, then pulled the paper closer. You count boxes, she said. You do not confirm meals. She tapped the satisfaction score. Who answers this survey? Partner organizations, not the people eating. No. You let operations investigate complaints against operations. Yes. You force poor people to stand in a separate queue under a charity sign where everybody can photograph them. Chief Bode looked at her. You noticed that. I noticed because shame has eyes. She pointed to another section. Small vendors are told the application is free, but people collect unofficial processing money. Those who refuse disappear from the list. Do you have proof? Not yet. I have stories. Stories can begin an investigation. They did not begin one before. He nodded slowly. Ayres continued. And when a voucher fails, staff treat the person like a liar. The system makes the mistake, but the hungry person carries the shame. Chief Bode looked down at his torn voucher. That sentence entered him deeply. The system makes the mistake, but the hungry person carries the shame. He had built a company to move food. Somewhere along the way, it had learned how to move shame instead. Before they separated, Chief Bode asked one question. Do you regret feeding me? Ayres looked towards the clinic corridor. I regret that your company made me feel kindness was evidence against me. That is not what I asked. She met his eyes. No, I do not regret giving you food. Why? Because you were hungry. Everything after that belongs to the people who chose wickedness. Chief Bode lowered his head. That answer stayed with him. 3 days later, Okafor Foods froze all vendor blacklists issued by operations in the previous 9 months. The edited video was removed from official partner pages. A legal notice stated that no criminal complaint had been filed against Ayres, and that the incident was under independent review. It did not repair her reputation fully, but it created doubt around the lie. Some customers returned, not all. Ayres took small orders from home and borrowed access to a church kitchen during off hours. She kept every temperature log, every receipt, every delivery confirmation. Meanwhile, Sei's audit review widened. The remote CCTV showed Musa entering the waiting room while Ayres was at the copier. It showed him opening her bag. It showed the brown envelope. It showed the vouchers disappearing inside. The image was clear. The warehouse data was worse. 1,437 charity cartons had been marked as distributed through 5 community partners. Gate records showed them leaving in commercial vehicles. Invoices from private clients matched the same quantities and dates. The value of diverted food, false service fees, and duplicated voucher reimbursements reached 28,743,500 naira. Sei traced 63 vendor blacklists, 41 Followed complaints about unofficial fees or refusal to make payments. 22 involved real sanitation, delivery, or documentation failures. That distinction mattered. Truth was not served by declaring every poor person innocent because some had been abused. Fairness required evidence in both directions. Ronke saw the investigation closing around her. She made one final plan. Okafor Foods' annual one-plate forward gala was scheduled for the following Friday at a hotel in Victoria Island. 311 guests had confirmed. Investors, journalists, community partners, government representatives, and vendors would attend. Ronke controlled the program. She proposed a new segment called Community Resilience Recognition. She would invite Ease onto the stage, present a 300,000 naira grant, and describe the incident as a misunderstanding caused by pressure and poor communication. A prepared statement would thank Okafor Foods for compassion. If Ease accepted publicly, the story would change. The company would become generous. Ease would become grateful. The planted vouchers would become an uncomfortable detail buried beneath applause. Ronke sent the invitation through the legal department, disguising her hand. Ease read it twice. The invitation promised an opportunity to share her journey and receive support for rebuilding her food business. She called Chief Bode. "They want to put me on stage." "I know. Did you arrange it?" "No. Should I go?" Chief Bode was quiet. "The audit committee will be there. That is not an answer." "No, it is information." East sighed. "You enjoy difficult answer too much." "I am 72. At my age, simple answers have already disappointed me." East looked at the invitation. "What will happen if I refuse?" "Ronk may say you rejected reconciliation. And if I attend?" "She may try to control the story. Will you be there?" "Yes, as Chief Bode Okafor." He paused. "I will arrive as the man she insulted." Ease understood. The truth would not enter the gala wearing a suit. It would enter in the same brown kaftan they had treated like dirt. She accepted the invitation. On the morning of the gala, Ronke received a notice that the remote backup, voucher database, and warehouse logs had been formally sealed by the audit committee. She read the email once. Then again. Her fingers became cold. She called Sei into her office. He entered wearing his usual grey suit and a mint-colored tie. "You made a protected disclosure," Ronke said. Sei did not answer. "That is confidential," he said. She laughed. "Do not hide behind policy. I know your writing style." Sei looked at her calmly. "You asked me to change shipment dates. I asked you to correct errors. You threatened my mortgage letter. I reminded you that performance has consequences. You used my family's application to pressure me." Ronke stood. "Do you think the company will protect you when investors begin asking why audit failed to detect 28 million naira in irregularities?" Sei's stomach tightened, but his voice remained level. "Maybe not. You will fall with me. Then at least I will fall facing the truth." Ronke stared at him. For the first time, she saw that fear had stopped working. "Get out." Sei left. Ronke stood alone in her office, looking at the city through the glass wall. Her plan for the gala was no longer about controlling Ease. It was about surviving the night. At 5:42 p.m., the hotel ballroom began filling with guests. At 6:11, Tayo arrived in a cobalt blue suit. At 6:27, Sei entered with a sealed audit folder. At 6:39, Ease stepped through the doors wearing her burnt orange blouse, light turquoise wrapper, and cream shawl. People turned. Some recognized her from the video. Whispers followed her across the room. Ease heard them. She kept walking. On the stage, Ronke watched her approach. The chief operating officer wore ruby red. The color looked like warning. The ballroom glittered with the kind of beauty that could make people forget where money came from. Tall glass arrangements stood on every table. Gold light washed over white linen. A string quartet played near the entrance, while waiters moved between guests, carrying trays of small pastries. On two large screens beside the stage, photographs showed smiling, elderly people receiving food packs beneath the One Plate Forward logo. Every image looked clean. Every smile looked complete. Ease stopped before one of the screens. The photograph showed an elderly woman holding a bag of rice, while three company representatives stood around her. The woman's eyes were lowered. A branded banner had been positioned behind her. Ease wondered whether anybody had asked if she wanted her hunger placed inside an annual report. A hotel attendant approached. "Madam, your seat is near the stage." Ease followed. Her name card read Ease Adebayo, community entrepreneur. Not vendor applicant. Not woman accused of theft. Community entrepreneur. A new label prepared before she had agreed to anything. She sat and placed her phone face down on the table. The legal support officer had advised her to record her own statement immediately after the event, not secretly record private conversations. Ease had also brought copies of her complaint, receipts, and photographs. They rested inside a plain folder beneath her chair. Across the room, Tayo watched her. He knew her face from the video, but seeing her in person disturbed him. She did not look like the threat described in Ronke's report. She looked tired, alert, alone among people who had arrived in groups. Tayo started towards her. Ronke intercepted him. "We need to review the program order," she said. "I have already reviewed it. The resilience segment requires sensitivity. Why is Ease receiving a grant before the audit is complete?" Ronke smiled for nearby guests. "Because public healing should not wait for paperwork. Public healing or public control." Her smile held. "Tayo, tonight is important for the company. Investors are watching. We can discuss operational details tomorrow. My father will attend." Ronke's eyes flickered. "In what capacity?" "As founder. Then he should be seated at the head table." "He refused. Where is he?" Tayo looked towards the ballroom doors. "I do not know." That answer unsettled her. At 7:03 p.m., the program began. Ronke welcomed the guests. Her voice was warm, polished, and measured. She spoke about hunger, partnership, and the company's commitment to human dignity. She praised volunteers. She thanked donors. She announced that the program had distributed more than 86,000 meals in the previous quarter. Applause filled the room. Ease did not clap, Tayo noticed. Sei sat 2 tables away from the stage, the sealed audit folder resting on his knees. Beside him sat 2 members of the audit committee and a legal representative. They had agreed that the findings would be presented privately to the board after the gala, unless Ronke made a misleading public claim requiring immediate correction. Ronke knew this. She also knew she controlled the microphone. At 7:31, after 2 speeches and a short documentary, she returned to the stage. "Tonight," she said, "we want to show that One Plate Forward is not only about food, it is about second chances." Easy's spine tightened. The screens changed. Her face appeared. The edited video began. It showed vouchers on the floor. It showed Ease pulling away from Musa. It showed her standing in front of Chief Bode. It did not show Musa entering the waiting room. It did not show the prepared confession. It did not show the guard pushing the old man first. A low murmur spread through the ballroom. Ronke continued. "Some weeks ago, a difficult incident occurred during our vendor assessment. Emotions were high, decisions were made under pressure. But we believe that people should not be permanently defined by their worst moment." Ease rose from her seat. Ronke gestured towards her with a gracious smile. "Please welcome Ace Adebayo, a hard-working food entrepreneur whom we have chosen to support with a resilience grant of 300,000 naira. Applause began uncertainly. Ease did not move towards the stage. Ronka's smile tightened. Ease, please join us. Ease picked up her folder and walked forward. Each step sounded too loud in her ears. When she reached the stage, a staff member handed Ronke an oversized check. The amount was printed in bold gold numbers. Cameras lifted. Ronke held out one side of the check. Ease did not take the other. Please, Ronke whispered through her smile, do not embarrass yourself again. Ease looked at the audience, then at the video frozen behind them. She moved towards the microphone. Ronke placed one hand over it. I will introduce you first. You already introduced a lie. The nearest tables heard. Ronke's smile vanished for half a second. Then she lifted the microphone. Ease is understandably emotional. She has been through a challenging period. Ease reached for the microphone. Ronke pulled it away. Please stand beside the check. I did not come to thank you for money. Murmurs rose again. Ronke lowered her voice. Take the grant. Read the statement. Leave with dignity. Ease stared at her. You did not leave me dignity at Ojota. Ronke's eyes hardened. Do not test me in front of these people. Ease turned to the audience and raised her voice without the microphone. I want the full video shown. The ballroom quieted. Ronke laughed lightly. There is no need to reopen pain. There is need to reopen evidence. Tayo stood. Ronke saw him. She spoke faster. As I said, this was a misunderstanding. Security found vouchers in her bag, but the company has chosen compassion rather than punishment. Ease's hands began to shake. Not from fear alone, from fury. You planted those vouchers. The words cut through the room. Cameras turned fully towards the stage. Ronke's face changed. That is a serious accusation. Do you have proof? Yes. Seyi rose from his seat. Ronke saw the sealed folder in his hand. Before he could move, she signaled the sound technician. The microphone died. The screens went black. Ronke turned towards hotel security. This woman is disrupting the event. Please escort her out. Ease did not step back. Tayo moved towards the stage. At that moment, a disturbance began near the ballroom entrance. A hotel guard stood in front of an old man wearing a faded brown kaftan and soft cream cap. Sir, your name is not on the guest list, the guard said. Chief Bode held his cane and looked past him into the ballroom. I was invited by the truth. The guard frowned. Please do not cause scene. Ronke saw him. For 1 second, terror crossed her face. Then survival took over. She pointed from the stage. That man again! He followed her here. Remove both of them. Ease turned. Chief Bode stood at the doorway in the same clothes he had worn when they called him a beggar. A guard reached for his arm. Ease stepped down from the stage. Do not touch him. Ronke's voice rose. Security! Why are you allowing street people into a private gala? Tayo stopped walking. He turned towards the entrance. The cobalt blue suit made him visible across the room. His face went completely still. The glass in the hand of an elderly board member slipped and struck the floor. It shattered. The sound was small. The silence after it was enormous. Tayo spoke. Papa? 311 guests seemed to breathe at once. Ronke's hand dropped from the microphone. The hotel guard released Chief Bode immediately. Sir, I did not know. Chief Bode looked at him. You asked for my name. That is procedure. You did not insult me. There is a difference. The guard stepped aside. Chief Bode entered the ballroom. Whispers chased him. Founder. Chief Bode Okafor, the CEO's father. The old man from the video. Ease stood at the foot of the stage, watching him approach. She knew who he was now, but the sight still carried force. He looked no richer than he had at Oyota. No gold watch, no security escort, no suit, only the same man. The room had changed. That was the accusation. Chief Bode reached the stage and climbed the steps slowly. Tayo moved to help him. The old man accepted his son's arm for balance, then released it when he stood before the audience. Ronka found her voice. "Chief, there has been a misunderstanding." He looked at her. "That word is working very hard tonight." A few people shifted in their seats. Ronke stepped closer. "If I had known it was you at the distribution center." Chief Bode lifted one hand. "That is the problem." She stopped. "If you had known I was the founder, you would have treated me with respect. Because you believed I was poor, you treated respect as waste." Ronka swallowed. "Chief, the environment was controlled. We had media partners. There were security concerns. I presented a valid food voucher. The scanner indicated that somebody had already used my number." He turned towards the audience. "I did not go to Ojota to beg. I went because 11 voucher cereals had been redeemed in 3 places. I joined the collection line. Staff tore my voucher and told me to leave. My medicine had been taken without food. I became weak." He pointed to Ease. "That woman gave me the only meal she had kept for herself." The audience turned towards her. Ease stood still. Chief Bode continued. "She did not know my name. She did not know my family. She did not know I founded the company whose logo stood behind her. She saw an old man shaking, and she gave him food." Ronki moved towards the microphone. "No one disputes her kindness, Chief. The concern was the vouchers found." Chief Bode turned sharply. "Do not use her kindness to decorate your lie." The words struck like a whip. Ronka froze. Chief Bode faced the room again. "After she fed me, she asked why community food was being loaded into a commercial truck. Shortly after, security placed 47 vouchers in her bag. Musa stood near the rear wall. Every face near him turned. He stepped backwards. Hotel security blocked the exit, not by force, but by position." Ronke shook her head. "That is not established." Sei raised the sealed folder. "It is established." Tayo looked at him. "Sei, bring the evidence." Ronke stepped between them. "This is not the proper setting for an audit presentation." Sei stopped at the foot of the stage. "You made it the setting when you showed an edited video and called the victim dishonest." The audit committee chair stood. "The findings may be presented to correct material misrepresentation already made tonight." Ronke looked around the room. The power had moved away from her. She could feel it. Sei connected a secured device to the presentation system. The screens came back on. The first video showed the waiting room. Timestamp, 11:29 a.m. Ease walked out with an employee to photocopy her identification. At 11:30, Musa entered through the side door. He opened Ease's bag. He removed vouchers from a brown envelope. He pushed them beneath her handkerchief and left one corner visible. The room erupted. Gasps, shouts, camera shutters. Musa's face collapsed. Ronka stared at the screen. "No," she whispered. "That footage was deleted." The microphone carried her words. Everyone heard. Sei turned towards her, delayed from the local monitor, not from the remote audit backup. Ronke realized what she had admitted. She stepped away from the microphone. Tayo looked at Musa. "Did you place those vouchers in her bag?" Musa's mouth opened. No sound came. Ronke spoke quickly. He acted alone. Musa turned towards her. The betrayal was now complete. "You told me to do it." Ronke's face twisted. "Be careful. You said she had seen too much. You said make sure she never returned with questions." Ronke pointed at him. "He is lying to save himself." Musa pulled out his phone. "My messages are here." He held it towards Sei. Ronke moved as if to snatch it. Tayo stepped between them. "Do not touch anything," Sei continued. The next screen showed a table of voucher serials. 47 numbers. Redemption dates. Locations. 11 used across 3 districts within hours. The earliest duplicate, 6 weeks before Ease applied as a vendor. She could not have created the original pattern, Sei said. Her vendor profile did not exist at the time. The next display showed the Ojota gate log and the black truck photographed by Dealey. Time: 11:52 am. Cargo: 312 Ajage Zone 4 household packs. Destination in the system. Community partner distribution. Destination on the commercial invoice. Private corporate catering event. The following pages traced more shipments. 1,437 cartons. 5 community partner codes. Commercial invoices matching quantities and dates. Total confirmed irregular value: 28,743,500 naira. The ballroom had become so quiet that the projector fan could be heard. Ronke looked at Tayo. Tayo, listen to me. These are accounting classifications. The food was reallocated to protect revenue and replaced later. Sei answered before Tayo could. No replacement records exist. Ronke snapped at him. You do not understand operations. We had targets. We had investor commitments. We had spoilage risks. Chief Bode's voice was calm. So you sold food meant for hungry people and counted it as charity. I protected the company. You protected numbers. Ronke's control cracked. Numbers keep companies alive. Compassion does not pay salaries. Sentiment does not maintain warehouses. I grew margins while everybody else was busy taking photographs with old women. Tayo stared at her. Profit built on stolen meals is not growth. It is hunger wearing a suit. The room erupted in applause. Tayo raised one hand. The applause stopped. He looked towards the screens, then at Ease. His face showed no triumph, only shame. Ronke saw it and tried one final direction. You are blaming me for doing what leadership rewarded. Every quarter, you praised efficiency. Every board meeting, you demanded improved margins. You never asked how. Tayo flinched. She continued, louder now. You sat in your office looking at green dashboards. I gave you green dashboards. Do not stand there as if you are innocent. Chief Bode turned towards his son. The room waited. Tayo could have defended himself. He could have said he did not know. He could have blamed fraud, staff, or complexity. Instead, he took the microphone. She is right about one thing. Ronke stared. Tayo looked at the audience. I did not order theft. I did not know vouchers were duplicated. But I built a management structure where original complaints could not reach me without passing through the people being complained about. I accepted summaries because they were convenient. I measured cartons leaving warehouses, not meals reaching human beings. I praised results without asking enough questions. He drew a breath. That failure belongs to me. Chief Bode watched his son carefully. Tayo continued. Not knowing does not erase leadership responsibility when the system was designed under my authority. The confession changed the room more deeply than a denial would have. Ronke looked around, searching for support. None came. Sei displayed the vendor blacklist review. 63 cases. 41 linked to complaints about unofficial processing fees or refusal to make payments. 22 supported by documented sanitation, delivery, or compliance breaches. We are not declaring every rejected applicant innocent, Sei said. We are separating real violations from retaliation. Fairness requires both. Ease looked at the list. 41 names. 41 businesses pushed away because somebody refused to pay or asked a question. Her own suffering widened beyond her. Tayo faced Ronke and Musa. Effective immediately. Both of you are suspended pending disciplinary proceedings and referral of evidence to the appropriate authorities. All access is revoked. You will not delete, remove, or alter company property. Ronke laughed. but the sound was broken. "You cannot do this in front of guests. I am not convicting you in front of guests. I am suspending you in front of the same people before whom you tried to convict Is." Hotel security moved closer. Musa handed his phone to the legal representative. Ronke did not move. She looked at Is. Hatred filled her face. This woman destroyed everything. Is climbed back onto the stage. "No," she said. "I gave food to a hungry man. You destroyed yourself because you believed poor people had no witnesses." A sound moved through the room. Not laughter. Recognition. Ronke's shoulders dropped. For the first time, she looked smaller than the title she had used to frighten people. Security escorted her from the ballroom. Musa followed separately, his head bent. Nobody cheered. The absence of celebration made the consequence heavier. This was not a movie prison door closing in one dramatic second. It was the beginning of audits, interviews, legal notices, frozen accounts, and questions that could no longer be silenced. After they left, the audit committee chair asked Is to remain on stage. A board member spoke into the microphone. "Ms. Adebayo, the company owes you an apology. We would also like to discuss a suitable leadership or advisory role for you in the program." Is looked at the oversized check, still resting near the podium. Then she looked at the guests. "First, clear my name." The board member nodded quickly. "Of course, not only in this room. Use the same pages, partner groups, and vendor channels that carried the accusation." "Yes." "Then calculate the income I lost from cancelled orders and blocked kitchen access. Do not call it kindness. Call it compensation." Tayo lowered his head. Is continued. "Review all 63 blacklist cases. Those who truly failed safety standards should correct them. Those punished for refusing illegal fees should be restored." The audit chair nodded. "And after that?" "After that, let my food compete fairly." The board member looked surprised. "You do not want an appointment?" Is shook her head. "I want opportunity, not decoration. Dignity is not a favor you hand to me from a stage." For a second, nobody moved. Then Chief Bode began to clap. Tayo joined him. The applause spread across the ballroom, stronger than before. Is did not smile immediately. She stood inside the sound and allowed herself to breathe. Her name was no longer on the floor. 6 weeks later, Okafor Foods published the findings of the independent review. The company's statement did not hide behind the word misunderstanding. It said A's Adebayo had been falsely accused after vouchers were deliberately placed in her bag by a security officer acting within a wider effort to conceal program irregularities. The statement appeared on the company website, social media pages, vendor portal, and partner channels that had shared the edited video. A separate letter confirmed that no criminal complaint had ever been filed against her. Is received compensation based on documented losses, cancelled food orders, unusable ingredients, damaged equipment, transport, kitchen exclusion, and the period her vendor profile remained blocked. The amount was reviewed with the Legal Support Center. It was not a random gift. Every naira had a reason. The audit of 63 blacklisted vendors produced mixed results. 41 regained eligibility after evidence showed retaliation or improper fees. 22 remained suspended until they corrected genuine safety, delivery, or documentation failures. Is approved of that outcome. "Justice is not replacing one lie with another," she told Chief Bode. "Poor people can make mistakes too. The difference is that mistakes should be proven, not planted." Ronke's employment was terminated after the disciplinary process. The evidence concerning diverted goods, false records, and unofficial fees was referred for further investigation. Her professional reputation collapsed under the weight of documented choices, not rumors. Musa lost his position. His cooperation and surrender of messages were recorded, but they did not remove his responsibility. He had opened Ise's bag with his own hands. Fear of Ronke explained his action. It did not excuse it. Sei remained with the company under whistleblower protection. His mortgage confirmation was processed through an independent human resources review. His younger brother's supplier application was moved to a separate panel so that neither punishment nor favor would influence it. Tayo faced the board. He kept his position, but not without conditions. The board required quarterly independent reporting, direct audit access to the chief executive, and external review of the One Plate Forward program. Tayo accepted. He also did something that embarrassed him more than any public statement. He began visiting distribution points without executive notice, not in disguise, not to trap staff, to listen. At the first visit, a woman told him the queue had no shade. At the second, an elderly man explained that the scanner operator announced failed vouchers loudly, making everybody stare. At the third, a volunteer admitted that recipients were often asked to pose for photographs before collecting food. Tayo wrote everything down. He discovered that leadership of a dashboard was comfortable because numbers never looked back at him. People did. One Plate Forward changed its measures. The company no longer counted only cartons leaving warehouses. Partner organizations had to confirm meals received, while random beneficiaries were contacted through consent-based checks. Complaints moved to an independent channel outside operations. Voucher failures generated private review slips instead of public rejection. Staff received training on respectful communication. No recipient's face could be used in publicity without clear consent. Small vendors were assessed through published criteria: food safety, cost, nutrition, delivery capacity, blind tasting where possible. No single executive controlled approval. When the new vendor assessment opened, Ise submitted her application again. Some board members expected her to win automatically. Tayo refused. If we hand her the contract because we feel guilty, we repeat the same mistake in another direction, he said. The process must be fair enough that she can win on evidence. Ise agreed. She prepared her samples in a licensed shared kitchen this time. 27 portions again. Jollof rice, moi, steamed vegetables. Each pack carried the same careful label. Prepared at 4:12 a.m. Contains egg and crayfish. No groundnut. Consume before 2:30 p.m. The tasting panel did not see vendor names during the first round. Ise's food ranked first for flavor, second for cost efficiency, and first for labeling and safety controls. Her production plan passed the kitchen inspection. Her delivery schedule was adjusted after reviewers found one unrealistic time estimate. She corrected it without argument. She won a 6-month pilot contract, 600 meals a week. Not because she had fed the founder, because she could cook, plan, label, and deliver. On the day she signed the contract, Chief Bode came to the office. He wore a navy suit this time. The receptionist stood quickly when she saw him. Ise laughed. "Chief, today they recognize you." He looked at the receptionist, then at Ise. "That is why I prefer the brown caftan. It tells me who people are before my name interferes." Ise shook her head. "Do not start another secret test." Chief Bode raised both hands. "No more tests. My doctor and your temper will not allow it." For the first time, they laughed together without pain sitting between them. Later that afternoon, Tayo joined his father in a quiet conference room. "Why did you not warn me earlier?" Tayo asked. Chief Bode looked out through the window at delivery trucks moving below. "I warned the company through letters. I never saw them. That is not defense. That is evidence." Tayo frowned. "Evidence of what?" "That you built a system where telling you became useless. Tayo looked down. Chief Bode continued. A leader should not only ask, "Why did nobody tell me?" He should ask, "What did I build that made speaking dangerous or pointless?" Tayo nodded slowly. I thought delegation meant trust. It does. But trust without verification becomes shelter for anybody who knows how to produce good reports. I should have known. No leader knows everything. Then how do I prevent this? You do not prevent every wrong. You build doors through which truth can enter before wrong becomes culture. Tayo sat with that answer. Outside, the trucks continued moving. Food was easy to transport. Truth required better roads. 3 months later, Ease opened a small licensed kitchen in Ageji. She named it the Last Plate Kitchen. The signboard carried burnt orange and light turquoise, the colors she had worn on the day her life broke open. Inside were 2 commercial burners, a stainless preparation table, a chest freezer, covered waste bins, and a hand-washing station with running water. Nothing was luxurious. Everything worked. Ease employed 4 adults from the area and trained them to label food properly. She kept temperature sheets beside the serving counter. She refused to buy ingredients without traceable receipts. When somebody complained that her rules were too strict for a small kitchen, she replied, "Small business does not mean small responsibility." Every afternoon, 17 meals were set aside through a community-supported fund. The number was deliberate. It reminded Ease of the 17,850 nira she had spent when she believed one contract could rescue her. The meals were not handed out beneath a charity banner. People collected them from the same counter as paying customers. Nobody was required to tell a sad story. Nobody was photographed without permission. Nobody was made to stand in a line marked poor. On the first Friday after opening, Chief Bode arrived in his faded brown kaftan. He came alone to the counter, though Delay waited outside in the vehicle. Ease saw him and folded her arms. "Where is your money?" Chief Bode tapped his pocket. "Today I came prepared." "Good. This kitchen is not free because your surname is on a building." He placed the correct amount on the counter. 1 jollof rice. Moi moi. Small vegetables. Pepper? Moderate. I am managing my blood pressure. Ease served him and pointed towards a table. "No founder's seat, I did not ask. You were thinking it." Chief Bode laughed and sat among the other customers. Tayo arrived 20 minutes later, still wearing his cobalt blue suit from a meeting. He looked around for his father and found him eating beside a mechanic and a school administrator. Ease handed Tayo an apron. "What is this?" he asked. "You came during rush hour. I am the customer. You are also the CEO, who said leaders should see how work happens." Tayo looked at the line forming behind him. Chief Bode did not help. He kept eating. Tayo removed his suit jacket, tied the cream apron, and spent 15 minutes packing takeaway boxes under Essie's instruction. "Not like that," she corrected. "Vegetables should not press the moi moi." "Yes, Ma. Close the lid well." "Yes, Ma. Do not squeeze your face. Work is not insult." Chief Bode laughed so hard he had to put down his spoon. The customers joined him. Tayo smiled despite himself. For once, his title did not control the room. His hands did. When the rush ended, Ease sat opposite Chief Bode with her own plate. The old man looked at it. "My daughter, have you eaten today?" Ease smiled. "Yes, Chief. You are sure?" She lifted her spoon. "This time, I kept a portion for myself." Chief Bode nodded. That small answer carried the whole journey. Ease had not become wealthy overnight. Her kitchen still had bills. Some days deliveries were late. Some customers complained. The contract could be renewed only if she met standards. Wrong's legal case did not end in one dramatic week. Rebuilding trust took longer than destroying it. But Ease's name belonged to her again. Her work stood on evidence. And a company that once counted cartons began counting whether human beings were treated like human beings. From my own perspective, the deepest lesson is not that kindness will always bring a rich man to your door. Life does not reward good people so quickly or so neatly. Many kind acts are never seen by powerful people. Many honest workers must still fight for justice without a founder standing nearby. The real lesson is harder. Hunger does not remove dignity. Poverty does not cancel intelligence. A uniform, a title, or a bank balance does not give anybody permission to humiliate another person. And when an organization claims to help people, the true measure is not the beauty of its banners or the number of cartons in its report. The true measure is what happens when a hungry person's voucher fails, when a small vendor asks a difficult question, and when an employee risks speaking the truth. One meal can fill a stomach for one day. A fair system can stop thousands of people from being forced to beg for what was already meant for them. And sometimes, the last plate reveals the first truth.
Do not leave your documents near her. People who smell of frying oil and unpaid rent can develop very long fingers.
Laughter burst around the private dining room. Ronke Adebayo stood frozen, one hand gripping the silver tray. 38 guests watched her. Some smiled. Others lowered their eyes. Tayo leaned back in his cobalt blue suit. "Look at her shoes," he continued in Korean. "Even poverty is tired of following her." Ronke placed his teacup down, slowly. The spoon trembled against the saucer. Then she raised her eyes and answered, in flawless Korean, "Your tea has no sugar, sir. But your words did not need poison." Silence crashed into the room. One Korean executive dropped his spoon. Tayo's smile disappeared. And behind him, Kemi Williams went pale. Because minutes earlier, Ronke had overheard a secret about 73 electric buses, a hidden contract clause, and a decision that could put hundreds of lives in danger. Before we continue, do not miss what happened when this waitress finally revealed everything she knew. Subscribe now and tell us in the comments where you are listening from and your local time, because Tayo had just humiliated the one woman who could destroy his entire empire. At exactly 8:47 that Thursday night, the air inside Meridian Terrace smelled of grilled croquet, lemongrass, perfume, and money. The restaurant sat on the upper floor of a glass building in Victoria Island, where the windows looked over Lagos Lagoon, and the menus did not carry prices in bold. Guests came there to talk about mergers, elections, oil blocks, weddings, and contracts large enough to change the color of a family's future. The private hall had been prepared for Blue Harbor Mobility Nigeria and its Korean partner, Hansong Transit Systems. White orchids stood in narrow vases. Gold place cards rested beside crystal glasses. A screen at the front displayed a shining electric bus moving through an artist's clean version of Lagos traffic. No danfo blocked the road. No hawker ran between vehicles. No pothole appeared in the picture. Only progress. Ronke had been on her feet since 8:15 that morning. Her light blue shirt was still neat, though the collar had begun to soften from heat. Her burnt orange apron carried one small mark near the pocket, where pepper sauce had touched it during lunch service. Her black shoes were polished, but the leather had cracked around the toes. Those shoes had lasted 3 rainy seasons. They had crossed from Surulere to Victoria Island in buses that broke down under bridges. They had stood outside pharmacies, while Ronke compared the price of her father's blood pressure drugs. They had waited in corridors where employers looked at her unfinished degree and asked why somebody who spoke Korean wanted to carry plates. The shoes were tired. Ronke was more tired. Still, when Bode Coker, the restaurant manager, had called the staff together that afternoon, she had stood straight. "Tonight's guests are not ordinary," Bode had said, adjusting his black tie for the 5th time. "Blue Harbor is discussing a project of 18.7 billion naira. Their foreign partners are coming. Nobody should use this opportunity to disgrace me." Uzo George, the receptionist, had whispered beside Ronke, "So if spoon falls, na national debt." Ronke pressed her lips together to stop a laugh. Bode saw it. "You two. Hope no problem." "No problem, sir," they answered. "There had better be no problem. You, Ronke, will handle the inner room because you are fast. But keep your mouth shut. These people did not come here to hear the opinion of a waitress." Ronke nodded. She was used to that sentence in different clothes. At 7:06 p.m., the first members of the Korean delegation arrived. Their official interpreter, a smooth-faced Nigerian man in a grey suit, came with them. Kemi Williams followed 7 minutes later in a ruby-red trouser suit, carrying 2 leather folders and a tablet. Kemi did not walk into rooms. She entered them like she had purchased the floor. She was Blue Harbor's chief operating officer and head of strategic procurement. At 36, she had built a reputation for meeting impossible deadlines and silencing people who asked how she did it. Her lipstick was deep red. Her shoes made sharp sounds against the tiles. Tayo arrived at 7:31. The room shifted around him. He was 41, tall, clean-shaven, and handsome in the disciplined way money often made a man look. His cobalt blue suit fitted him as if the cloth had been warned not to misbehave. 2 assistants followed him. So did 3 board members and a photographer. "Tayo Balogun," Uzo whispered near the service door. "This man built Blue Harbor from 6 delivery vans." "So they say," Ronke replied. "You have seen him before?" "Only online. He lived in Korea, Busan. 6 years." Uzo turned to stare at her. "See as you know his history. I read. You read everybody? Only people who may shout at me before the night ends." Uzo nearly laughed again. Ronke did not say she had also read Blue Harbor's public announcement about the 73 electric buses. She did not say she had spent 2 evenings looking up Hanseong Transit Systems because their name appeared in Korean business news. She did not say she still studied every night from 11 p.m. until her eyes could no longer hold the words. Knowledge was the only property nobody had succeeded in taking from her. The dinner began smoothly. Ronke served pumpkin soup, grilled prawns, jollof arancini, and sea bass with ginger sauce. She moved quietly, watching glasses and listening for requests. Tayo switched between English and Korean with confidence. His everyday Korean was easy and charming. He joked about Busan rain. He praised kimchi. He remembered the name of a seaside market. The guests liked him. But when the discussion turned to battery modules, warranty exposure, and thermal barriers, his language became less certain. He smiled more. He spoke faster. He allowed the interpreter to carry the heavy parts. Ronke noticed. She also noticed something else. At 8:12 p.m., one of the Korean engineers asked for the seafood sauce to be removed from his plate. The interpreter waved the request aside, saying the man was only being particular. Ronke saw the allergy card beside his place setting, shellfish. She stopped the plate before it reached him. "Sir," she said quietly in Korean, "this sauce contains dried crayfish. Please allow me to replace the dish." The engineer's eyes widened. "You speak Korean?" "A little, sir." Her little was polite. Nothing more. She took the plate away before anybody could make a scene. In the kitchen, she told the chef to use a clean pan and new utensils. 12 minutes later, she returned with another meal. The engineer thanked her twice. Kemi watched from the other side of the table. Her face did not move. At 8:24, Kemi stepped into the narrow passage beside the private room with the official interpreter. Ronke was behind the service curtain, arranging a tray of tea. Kemi spoke in Korean. Her grammar was stiff but understandable. "Keep the adjusted English copy as it is," she said. "The chairman will sign tomorrow morning." The interpreter lowered his voice. "The Korean technical team has marked the insulation layer as compulsory. Then do not translate that note as compulsory. The wording is direct. Call it an optional protection package. That is not the same thing." Kemi's voice sharpened. "You are being paid because things do not always need to be the same thing." Ronke's fingers stopped over the teacups. The interpreter glanced toward the service curtain. Ronke bent her head and moved one cup, then another, allowing the porcelain to make a normal sound. Kemi continued. "Remove the thermal separation requirement from the English appendix." "Do not let Tayo know," the technical people objected. "Once the first payment is released, the local supplier will handle the rest." The interpreter swallowed. "And the 7-year warranty?" 2 years in the English copy. The Korean master can remain 7. Nobody here reads Korean legal documents. Ronke felt the skin along her arms tighten. She understood the words. But understanding words was not the same as understanding the whole contract. She knew enough to know that thermal separation in a battery system was not decoration. She also knew she was standing behind a curtain, with no recording, no document, and no authority. One wrong accusation could finish her. Kemi walked back into the room. The interpreter followed. Ronke waited 6 seconds before lifting the tray. When she entered, Kemi's eyes met hers. Only for a moment. That moment was enough. The next 20 minutes passed under a thin layer of tension. Tayo laughed loudly. Board members discussed launch dates. The screen showed smiling commuters boarding blue and white buses that did not yet exist. Ronke served the tea. She began with the Korean guests, then the Nigerian directors. When she reached Tayo, his assistant moved a folder aside. Ronke placed the cup near his right hand. Tayo looked down at her shoes. Then he smiled, not at her, at the table. He spoke in Korean, so the Nigerian staff would not understand. "Do not leave your documents near her. People who smell of frying oil and unpaid rent can develop very long fingers." Laughter came from 2 executives who wanted Tayo to like them. One Korean guest gave a weak smile, because he was not sure whether he had understood correctly. The engineer Ronke had protected from the shellfish did not laugh. Ronke's grip tightened on the tray. Tayo continued. "Look at her shoes. Even poverty is tired of following her." A heat rose behind Ronke's eyes. She remembered her father sitting by the window at home, trying to lift a spoon with a hand that no longer obeyed him. She remembered selling her laptop to pay hospital bills. She remembered the university administrator telling her that her place could not be held forever. She remembered every person who had spoken around her, as if hardship had made her deaf. Ronke placed the cup down. Slowly, the spoon trembled against the saucer. "Your tea has no sugar, sir," she said in Korean. "But your words did not need poison." The room died. The interpreter's lips parted. A spoon slipped from one guest's hand and hit the floor with a bright metallic sound. Tayo stared at Ronke. "You speak Korean?" he asked in English. Ronke held his gaze. "Yes, sir. How much did you hear?" The question came too quickly. Kemi turned her face toward him. Ronke noticed. "I heard what you said to me," Ronke replied. A faint color entered Tayo's cheeks. "Then you should also understand that staff are not permitted to interrupt private conversations." "I did not interrupt your conversation, sir. I answered an insult directed at me." One board member shifted in his chair. Tayo gave a short laugh, but there was no humor inside it. "You see, This is what happens when people do not know their level. Somebody carries a tray for 3 months, learns a few foreign sentences from television, and suddenly she wants to lecture business leaders. Ronke's heart beat against her ribs. I have worked here for 19 months, sir. That makes it worse. He turned toward Bode, who had hurried into the room after hearing the spoon fall. Manager, yes, sir. Remove her. Bode's eyes moved from Tayo to Ronke. Ronk, come outside. I have not done anything wrong. Bode lowered his voice. Do not make it worse. Tayo leaned back again. She already made it worse when she forgot that serving successful people does not make her one of them. The words landed harder than the first insult. Ronke looked around the table. Some people watched her with embarrassment. Some watched with interest. The Korean engineer gave a small shake of his head, as if he wanted to say something, but did not know whether he should interfere. Kemi said nothing. Her fingers rested on the leather folder, too still. Ronke removed the orange apron from around her waist. She folded it once and placed it over her arm. Sir, she said to Tayo. A person can be wrong in any language. Then she followed Bode out. The door closed behind them. Bode waited until they reached the service corridor before turning on her. Are you mad? Ronke blinked. Sir, do you know who that man is? Yes. Then why are you using your mouth to fight your salary? He insulted me. And so, has insult ever killed anybody? Ronke looked at him. Bode waved one hand. Go and change. 19 months. Educational background. Bode hesitated. She attended university. Languages, I think. She did not finish. Korean? I did not know until tonight. Kemi's eyes narrowed. Does she have access to the private room before guests arrive? All assigned staff do. Personal lockers? Yes. Kemi looked down the passage where Ronke had disappeared. Make sure she does not leave yet. Bode frowned. Hope no problem, Ma. Kemi smiled. It was a small smile. There may be a very serious problem. Inside the private hall, Tayo tried to restart the conversation. So, he said in Korean, lifting his cup, as I was saying, tomorrow we begin a new chapter in urban transport. But his pronunciation slipped on the next sentence. The engineer who had dropped his spoon did not correct him. Nobody laughed this time. Ronke changed in the staff room with slow hands. She folded the light blue shirt and orange apron into her bag. Underneath, she wore a plain cream blouse and a dark skirt. She removed her name badge and placed it on the bench. Her locker contained a small umbrella, 2 sachets of pain medicine, a notebook, a phone charger, and a food flask she had not opened. She took the notebook out. On the last page, she wrote the time. 8:24 p. M. Adjusted English copy. Thermal separation requirement removed. 7-year warranty changed to 2. Do not let Tayo know. She underlined the final sentence. Her hand shook once. Then she closed the book. At 9:19 p.m., while Ronke sat outside Bode's office, a woman entered Meridian Terrace alone. She was 59, small-framed, and dressed in an ivory blouse beneath a beige coat. Her black rolling suitcase had a scratched corner. No security detail surrounded her. No assistant announced her name. Uzo looked up from reception. Good evening, Ma. Do you have a reservation? The woman replied in Korean. Uzo's professional smile weakened. One moment, Ma. She turned toward the nearest waiter, but he was carrying drinks. Bode was still inside his office with Kemi. The official interpreter remained in the private hall. The woman tried English. Reservation, Han. Uzo checked the screen. I cannot see only Han, Ma. What is the full name? Swim searched inside her bag for her phone. Her expression tightened. Ronke heard the exchange. She stood. Can I help? Uzo looked toward Bode's closed door. You are supposed to wait. She cannot understand. Ronke walked to the woman and spoke in Korean. Good evening, Ma. My name is Ronke. May I see the reservation message? Relief softened the woman's face. My phone battery is dead. I was told somebody would meet me here. What name should be on the booking? Han Seo Yeon. Ronka turned to Uzo. Please check Han Seo Yeon, maybe under the company booking. Uzo typed again, her eyes widened. It is inside the delegation list. VIP lounge. But the note says, arrival tomorrow morning. The woman sighed. My flight changed. Ronke translated. Uzo pointed toward a chair near reception. Please let her wait there. The woman sat. She pressed 2 fingers to her temple. Ronke noticed a small medicine pouch inside the open handbag. Ma, are you feeling well? My blood pressure medicine. I left it in the car. Which car? The airport car. I think it is gone. Ronke asked Uzo for the number used to arrange the pickup. Uzo found it in the booking note. Ronke called, explained the situation, and learned that the driver was still less than 1 kilometer away because of traffic. He is returning, Ronke told the woman. Thank you. Would you like water? Yes, warm, please. Ronke went to the service station and brought warm water on a small tray. Bode came out of his office just as she handed it over. His face darkened. Ronke, what did I tell you? She is part of the delegation, sir. Are you still working here? Ronke looked at him. You told me to wait, then wait. Do not carry this stubbornness on your head. The woman watched the exchange. Understanding only the tone, she asked Ronke in Korean. Are you in trouble? Ronke forced a small smile. I am managing, Ma. The driver returned with the medicine at 9:37. Ronke checked the label with the woman and asked whether she needed food before taking it. The woman said yes. The kitchen had nearly closed the regular menu, so Ronke requested plain rice, grilled vegetables, and a small bowl of soup without too much salt. Bode blocked her near the kitchen entrance. You are finished here. She needs food with her medicine. Then Uzo can handle it. Uzo has guests at reception. Bode leaned closer. You think because you spoke 1 Korean sentence everybody should clap for you? Go and sit down before I call security. Ronke stared at him for 2 seconds. Then she stepped aside. Uzo had heard. She picked up the order herself. When the meal arrived, Ronke explained each dish to Han Seo Yeon. The woman ate slowly. She asked Ronke where she had learned Korean. At Lagos State University first, Ronke said, then evening classes, online lessons, Korean news, anything I could find. You studied at university? Yes, Ma. What happened? My father had a stroke. School fees became medicine money. The woman paused with her spoon halfway to her mouth. I am sorry. No need, Ma. He is alive. That is what matters. Will you return? To school? Yes. Ronke looked down at her cracked shoes. One day, the woman studied her face. You translate well. I understand business language better than I speak it. Legal and technical documents are different. They need certification. You know your limit. I know the cost of pretending not to have one. For the first time that night, Han Seo Yeon smiled fully. From the corridor, Kemi saw them speaking. Her jaw tightened. At 9:52, Kemi returned to Bode's office. Manager, I believe a confidential USB drive is missing from our private room. Bode's face changed. Missing? It contains procurement documents. Nobody leaves this building until we find it. Ronke heard every word. She stood slowly. Kemi turned toward her. Their eyes met again. This time, Kemi smiled, and Ronke understood that the insult at the table had only been the beginning. Kemi did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The word confidential moved through Meridian Terrace faster than fire through dry grass. 2 security officers came from the lobby. Bode locked the staff entrance. The remaining waiters stopped clearing tables and began looking at one another. Uzo whispered, which kind of USB can disappear when all these big men are still sitting inside? Ronke did not answer. She was watching Kemi. The chief operating officer held her ruby-red jacket closed with one hand. The other hand rested against her tablet. Her breathing was calm. Too calm for somebody who had just lost documents worth billions of naira. Bode cleared his throat. "Madam, let us search the private hall first." "We have searched." "The guests?" Kemi's eyes hardened. "You want me to ask directors and foreign partners to empty their pockets because your staff cannot control themselves?" Bode's shoulders dropped. "No, ma." "Then search the people who served the room." One of the security officers looked uncomfortable. "Sir, we need consent or proper authorization before searching personal bags." Bode turned on him. "Did I ask for legal lecture? A company device is missing." Ronke stepped forward. "My bag can be searched in my presence." Kemi looked at her. "Very cooperative. I have nothing to hide. Everybody says that before something is found." Ronke felt Uzo touch her elbow. "Do not agree to anything anyhow," Uzo murmured. "I will be there." Bode ordered the workers to line up beside the service corridor. Bags were opened on a stainless steel table. Pockets were emptied. Receipts, phone chargers, combs, sachets of paracetamol, perfume bottles, and transport change appeared beneath the bright kitchen light. Nothing. Kemi tapped one fingernail against her tablet. Lockers. Bode took a ring of keys from his pocket. Ronke frowned. "Sir, why do you have the master key with you?" Bode did not meet her eyes. "It is my duty." "Since when?" "Ronke, keep quiet." Uzo looked from Bode to Kemi. The first locker held a spare shirt and a pair of sandals. The second held a Bible, chewing gum, and a plastic container. The third belonged to Uzo. She watched as Bode opened it and pushed aside a lilac cardigan. The fourth belonged to Ronke. Bode inserted the key. A sharp sound came from the lock. Ronke's mouth went dry. She knew what was about to happen before the metal door opened. Her umbrella stood at the left. The food flask was at the bottom. The notebook was gone because it was inside her bag. A black USB drive rested on top of the folded orange apron. Nobody spoke. Bode reached for it. "Do not touch it," Ronke said. His hand stopped. Kemi lifted her eyebrows. "Why? You recognize it?" "No, but if it is evidence, it should be photographed where it was found." The security officer nodded. "She is correct." Bode squeezed his face. "So now waitress has become police?" "She is correct," the officer repeated. Kemi's eyes flickered. A photograph was taken. The drive was placed in a small transparent bag normally used for lost property. Ronke requested that the time be written down. 10 to 8 p.m. Bode wrote it reluctantly. Kemi folded her arms. Only 4 people had direct access to the files in that drive. It vanished after this woman was caught listening to private conversations. "I was not caught listening," Ronke said. "I was serving your table. You answered a conversation in Korean because your CEO was speaking about me. You admit you understood what was being said around you." "Yes." Kemi smiled. "Thank you." Ronke's stomach twisted. There it was. A truth had been turned into a rope. Han Seo-yeon stood from her chair. She spoke in Korean, asking what was happening. Ronke translated quietly. "A storage device was found in my locker. They say I stole it." The woman looked from Ronke to Kemi. "Did you?" "No, ma." The answer came without drama. Han Seo-yeon nodded once. Kemi moved closer. "Madam, this is an internal security matter. Please return to the VIP lounge. We will arrange your hotel transport." Han replied in English now, each word careful. "I will remain." Kemi's expression tightened. "There is no need." I said I will remain. The authority inside the woman's voice did not match her scratched suitcase. Kemi studied her, perhaps trying to place her face. Then she looked away. Bode told one security officer to call the police. Ronke's chest tightened, but she kept her voice steady. "Before anybody comes, Please preserve the corridor camera, the private room camera, the locker corridor, the entrance log, and the key register. Bode laughed in disbelief. See this girl? Sir, if you believe I stole something, those records will help you. The camera near the lockers was off this evening, Kemi said. Ronka turned toward her. How do you know? For the first time, Kemi answered too slowly. Because our delegation requested privacy around the service area. The service area is not inside your private room. The request covered adjoining corridors. Who approved it? Bode slapped one palm against the table. Enough. You are the accused person. Stop questioning the customer. The word accused settled over Ronk like dust. Han Seo Yan's gaze moved to Bode's key ring. Who opened locker before now? She asked in English. Nobody, Bode said. Uzo shifted beside Ronke. The movement was small. Ronke felt it. At 10:43 p.m., 2 police officers arrived. They listened to Kemi. They listened to Bode. They listened to Ronke. One officer asked whether Kemita had serial numbers for the USB, proof of ownership, or a list of files stored on it. Kemi produced an email describing a missing black drive. The officer looked at the device through the plastic. This kind USB is everywhere. It contains confidential company records. Have you opened it? No. We preserved it. Good. Then nobody will open it here. He asked Ronk whether she had handled the drive. No, sir. Fingerprints may not help on this surface, but we will record statements. Since there is no direct witness and no confirmed contents, we are not arresting anybody tonight. Kemi's head snapped toward him. Officer, this woman had motive and access. What motive? She was publicly corrected by our CEO. Ronki stared at her, publicly corrected. That was how rich people washed cruelty. They changed the name and expected the stain to disappear. The officer rubbed his jaw. Madam, being insulted is not evidence of theft. Tayo entered the corridor at that moment. The dinner had ended. His foreign guests were being escorted through another exit. He had removed his jacket and folded it over one arm, but the confidence in his face had returned. What is delaying everybody? Kemi told him. Tayo looked at Ronke as though a suspicion had just confirmed itself. I knew it. Ronke's throat tightened. You knew what, sir? That you were not simply serving tea. I did not steal anything. A person can learn a few Korean sentences, but poverty still exposes character. The officer glanced at Tayo. Sir, let us not conclude before investigation. Tayo ignored him. You embarrassed me before my partners, then confidential data appeared in your locker. What exactly should I think? Think about the evidence. His eyebrows lifted. You are giving me instructions? I am asking you to check the creation time of the files. Check whether the drive has ever touched my phone or any computer connected to me. Check who entered this corridor. Check the master key record. Bode looked away. Ronki saw it. Sir, she continued, if I wanted to sell company information, why would I leave the device on top of my apron in a locker your manager can open? Tayo's jaw tightened. Kemi stepped in. That is exactly what a clever thief would say. Ronke faced her. And what would a clever person planting evidence say? The corridor went still. Kemi took one step forward. Mind yourself. Did you enter the staff area tonight? Bode barked. Ronk, did you? Kemi's voice dropped. You are trying to shift attention from yourself. Han Seo Yeon watched every face. Tayo pointed at Ronke's bag. Manager, she will not return to this restaurant. Pay whatever is legally required and remove her details from future shifts. Bode swallowed. Yes, sir. Ronke turned to him. My salary for this month is due tomorrow. You caused reputational damage, Bode said quickly. There will be deductions. You cannot deduct my entire salary without a written basis. Go and bring a lawyer. I may. Bode laughed. With which money? Uzo flinched. The officer wrote something in his notebook. Ronke picked up her bag. Her hands had become cold, but her back remained straight. "May I take my belongings from the locker?" "Not until the investigation is complete," Bode said. "My umbrella and food flask are not evidence. Everything stays." Han Seo-yeon walked toward Ronke. "Where will you go?" she asked in Korean. "Home. Do you have transport?" Ronke looked at the time. It was 11:17 p.m. The last direct bus to her area would be difficult to find. "I will manage." Han reached for her handbag. Ronke shook her head. "No, Ma. I did not ask whether you need charity. I know. But no." The woman considered her for a moment, then handed her a plain business card instead. Only a name and a Korean phone number appeared on it. Han Seo-yeon. "Call when your mind is calm," she said. Ronke accepted the card. Kemi watched. Tayo did not. He had already turned away. Outside Meridian Terrace, Lagos had not paused for Ronke's disgrace. Cars crawled along the road. Horns argued with one another. A man sold bottled water between lanes. Music came from a vehicle parked beside the pavement. The lagoon reflected broken pieces of city light. Ronke walked for 9 minutes before she found a bus heading towards CMS. From there, she entered another bus to Ojuelegba and took a KK for the final distance. She reached home at 12:38 a.m. Her father was awake in the small sitting room. The television showed an old football match with the volume low. His left hand rested on his thigh. The right one, weakened by the stroke, curled near his chest. "You are late," he said. His words came slowly, but they came. Ronke forced herself to smile. "Big event. You ate?" "Yes." It was a lie. He looked at her feet, then at the bag without the orange apron showing from the top. "What happened?" Ronke sat beside him. For 3 minutes she said nothing. Her father did not rush her. That kindness broke the wall. She told him about Tayo's insult. She told him how she answered. She told him about the USB. She did not tell him the full size of her fear. When she finished, he breathed out slowly. "Did you steal it?" Ronke stared at him. He lifted his stronger hand. "I know you did not, but I want you to hear your own answer. No again. I did not steal it. Then do not carry another person's shame as your own." Her eyes filled. "They will tell everybody. Truth can walk slowly," he said. "But lie cannot sleep forever." Ronke wiped her face with both hands. "I have lost the job. We have survived worse. The rent is due in 11 days. We will face 11 days when 11 days come." She laughed once through her tears. "You always say things as if hunger respects calendar. Hunger has been respecting me since this stroke. It knows I am older." Ronke laughed again. The sound was weak, but it was alive. After helping him to bed, she sat at the small table near the window. She opened her notebook and returned to the words she had written. Thermal separation, insulation layer, warranty, local supplier. She switched on her old phone and searched through downloaded Korean dictionaries because her data balance was almost finished. She found the exact term Kemi had used. It referred to a barrier designed to slow the spread of heat between battery modules. Ronke read 3 saved articles. One described a depot fire abroad where thermal propagation had moved from one module to another. Another explained that different battery designs used different protections. The third warned against treating safety layers as optional without engineering approval. Ronke sat back. She was not an engineer. She would not pretend to be one. But Kemi had said, "Do not let Tayo know the technical people objected." That was not ordinary negotiation. At 1:56 a.m., Ronke wrote a detailed account of the evening. She included exact times, locations, phrases, and the names of people present. She emailed a copy to herself and another to a new address she created for backup. Then she took a photograph of every page. At 2:23, she finally lay down. sleep refused to come. Across Lagos, in a penthouse overlooking the water, Tayo poured himself a drink. His phone carried 12 messages about the dinner. Most praised the presentation. 2 mentioned the uncomfortable incident with the waitress. One board member wrote, "We should handle the optics carefully." Optics, not conduct. Tayo opened a voice note from Kemi. "The situation is contained. The drive is with the police. Bode will terminate her employment in the morning. I recommend we proceed with the technical appendix as planned. Delays may affect the launch date." Tayo listened twice. He remembered Ronke's Korean. The grammar had been clean. The pronunciation was not like somebody repeating lines from a television drama. She had understood the insult immediately. For one uncomfortable second, he wondered what else she had understood. Then pride answered for him. If she had heard anything important, she would have said it. And if she said it now, people would assume she was trying to revenge. Tayo finished his drink. At 7:20 the next morning, Kemi entered Blue Harbor's office before most staff arrived. She used her access card to enter procurement records, opened the email account connected to the contract review, and deleted 2 messages from the Korean technical team. One carried a red warning flag. The other contained a marked-up appendix. She emptied the deleted folder. Then she called the interpreter.
Did you clean your side?
Yes, the waitress may speak. Who will believe her? Kemi looked through the glass wall at the city below. That depends on whether we leave her with a voice. By 9:05 a.m., Bode had sent Ronke a termination letter through WhatsApp. It stated that her employment had ended due to gross misconduct, insubordination, violation of guest privacy, and suspected theft of confidential property. Her salary was withheld pending investigation. At 9:41, 2 other restaurants received an informal warning from Bode that Ronke was high risk. At 10:12, Uzo entered Bode's office. "Sir, I want to ask something." Bode did not look up. "Ask." "Why was the camera off?" "Client privacy." "And why did Madam Kemi enter the locker corridor before the USB was reported missing?" Bode's pen stopped. Uzo felt her mouth go dry. He lifted his head slowly. "What did you see? I saw her follow you there." "You saw nothing, sir. You saw nothing, Uzo." His voice had changed. She swallowed. "But if police ask, do you like this job?" "Yes, sir." "Are you still paying that cooperative loan?" Uzo's fingers tightened around one another. Bode leaned back. Then face reception. "Do not put your nose inside a matter that can remove food from your mouth." Uzo left the office with shame pressing against her chest. At noon, Han Seo-yeon sat inside her hotel suite with the official program for the next day's contract event open before her. She had not come to Lagos as a disguised billionaire searching for a good heart. Her arrival had changed because of a cancelled connection on Addis Ababa. The driver had taken her to Meridian Terrace because she believed her delegation would still be there. Chance had placed her in that reception area, but what she saw was not chance. She had watched a manager insult a worker who was helping her. She had watched a senior executive speak as if accusation was proof. She had watched Ronke request preservation of evidence while the people with authority tried to rush past procedure. Han opened the project folder. At the top of the organization chart was her title: Chairwoman, Han Seong Transit Systems. Her late husband had founded the company 32 years earlier. After his death, many investors expected her to become a ceremonial figure. She spent 4 years proving that she could read engineering reports, challenge suppliers, and remove executives who confused loyalty with silence. She called the head of legal affairs in Seoul. "Do not approve the English technical appendix," she said. "Madam Chairwoman, the signing is tomorrow." "I know." Has a defect been identified? A discrepancy may exist. Commission an independent comparison between the Korean master and every English version sent to Blue Harbor. How urgent? Immediate. She ended the call and looked at Ronke's number, which she had asked Uzo to write down before leaving the restaurant. She did not call yet. She wanted facts first. At 2:34 p.m., Ronke received an email from Meridian Terrace stating that her final salary remained frozen. At 3:08, she received a call from a restaurant in Lekki where she had submitted an application 3 weeks earlier. "Madam," the caller said, "we heard there is an issue with your current employer. There is an allegation. It has not been proven. We cannot take the risk." The call ended. At 4:17, a second restaurant cancelled an interview scheduled for Monday. At 5:06, Ronke stood inside a pharmacy counting money on her palm. Her father's medicine cost 11,600 naira. She had 9,400. She asked the pharmacist to remove one item and bought enough tablets for 6 days. Outside, rain began to fall. Her umbrella was still inside the locked staff locker. Ronke stood under the pharmacy awning while water struck the road. People rushed past. A bus sprayed dirty water over the pavement. Her phone vibrated. Unknown number. "Hello?" A woman spoke in Korean. "Ronke Adebayo?" "Yes, ma. This is Han Seo Yeon. Are you somewhere safe to talk?" Ronke looked at the rain. "Yes. I need to ask you one question. Yesterday, before the USB was reported missing, did you hear any conversation concerning the bus contract?" Ronke went still. The noise of Lagos seemed to move farther away. She tightened her fingers around the medicine bag. "Yes, ma," she said. "I heard something. How much?" "Enough to be worried." There was a pause. Then Han Seo Yeon said, "Do not tell me what you think it means. Tell me the exact words." And for the first time since the insult, somebody powerful asked Ronke to speak, without first deciding that her voice was a problem. Ronke did not speak quickly. She repeated the conversation exactly as she remembered it, first in Korean, then in English. She separated what Kemi had said from what the interpreter had said. When she reached the words about thermal separation, she stopped. "I need to be clear, Ma. I understand the language. I am not qualified to give an engineering opinion. I did not ask for one, and I have not seen the document. I understand. I do not want somebody to say I made a safety claim from one conversation." Han Seo-yeon was silent for a moment. Then she said, "That is why I called you." Ronke leaned against the pharmacy wall. "Who are you, Ma?" "My company is part of the contract." "Which part?" "The Korean part." Ronke closed her eyes. "You are not only a member of the delegation." "No. Are you their legal advisor?" "No. Technical director?" "No." Another pause. "I chair the company." The medicine bag slipped in Ronke's hand. She caught it before it fell. "You are Madam Han Seo Yeon?" "Yes." "The chairwoman?" "Yes." Ronke looked at the rain as if it had changed direction. "Ma, I did not know. That is why your kindness meant something. But kindness is not evidence, Ronke. We must keep the two separate." "I agree. I have ordered an independent document comparison. I also want your written account, with dates and times. Send it to the address I will text you. Do not edit your original notes. Preserve your photographs and email headers." Ronke listened carefully. "Will Tayo know?" "Not yet." "Why?" "Because if there is manipulation inside his company, warning him before evidence is secured may warn the wrong person." Ronke thought of Kemi's calm face. "Yes, Ma. And Ronke." "Yes? Do not meet anybody alone about this. Not Blue Harbor. Not the restaurant. Not the media." Ronke looked at the traffic moving through rain. "Media? You may become useful to people who care more about scandal than truth." Han's warning arrived one day before the offer. The next afternoon, a popular Lagos blogger sent Ronke a message on Instagram. I heard what happened at Meridian Terrace. CEO insulted you in Korean and framed you. I can pay 150,000 naira for exclusive video. We go make them regret. Ronke stared at the amount. 150,000 naira could cover the rent, medicine, food, and transport. It could return some air to the house. She typed, "What video?" The reply came at once. "Tell the story on camera. Say the contract is dangerous. Say Blue Harbor wants to bring buses that can catch fire. We will trend it." Ronke's thumb stopped over the screen. She had no verified report. She had one overheard conversation. She had not seen the bus. She had not seen the contract. If she exaggerated, Kemi would use the exaggeration to bury everything true. Ronke typed, "I cannot claim what I have not verified." The blogger replied with a laughing emoji. "My sister, truth no day trend unless you package am." Ronke blocked the account. Then she sat at the edge of her bed and cried for 10 minutes, because integrity did not buy medicine. The following week tested her more than the night at Meridian Terrace. On Monday, she attended an interview at a small restaurant near Yaba. The owner liked her experience until he called Bode for a reference. He returned to the table with a colder face. "We will get back to you." They did not. On Wednesday, a hotel in Ikeja asked her to leave after security recognized the allegation circulating in a hospitality manager's WhatsApp group. On Friday, she spent 3 hours traveling to Lekki for an interview that had been cancelled without notice. At home, her father tried to hide how many tablets remained in his medicine packet. Ronke counted them anyway. "Why did you skip yesterday afternoon?" "I forgot." "You do not forget." He looked away. She sat beside him. "Please do not manage medicine for me. And you should not manage food for me." They looked at each other. Neither had the strength to lie well. That night, Ronke drafted an email to Blue Harbor's compliance address. She wrote only facts. She included the date, the time, the location, the exact Korean phrases, and a warning that the English technical appendix might not match the Korean source. She did not mention Kemi's alleged motive. She did not use the word corruption. She did not claim the buses would catch fire. She asked for acknowledgement of receipt. The email entered Blue Harbor's central system at 11:18 p.m. At 8:03 the next morning, an automated filter routed it to strategic procurement because it contained the project code. At 8:17, Kemi opened it. At 8:19, she deleted it. At 8:22, she instructed the Information Technology Administrator to change the routing rule for future messages containing Ronke's email address, describing them as harassment from a dismissed restaurant worker. At 8:31, she called Tayo. "We need to accelerate the vehicle trial." Tayo was driving to a meeting. The engineering team asked for 2 more weeks. They are being cautious because of liability language. 1 demonstration unit can be tested on Tuesday. Is the local configuration ready? Yes. The battery package? Ready. The Korean side? They have sent statement comments, nothing that affects the trial. Tayo frowned. Madam Han has delayed signature on the appendix. Administrative issue. She arrived early and became distracted by what happened at the restaurant. You spoke to her? Her office. Tayo's grip tightened on the steering wheel. That waitress told her something. Probably a dramatic story about being oppressed. She speaks better Korean than she admitted. Kemi laughed softly. Tayo, do not allow a woman carrying plates to make you doubt your own executive team. The sentence touched the exact wound she intended. Tayo's doubt retreated. Proceed with Tuesday, he said. At noon that same day, Han Seo Yeon's local lawyer called Ronke and arranged a meeting in a quiet office in Ikoyi. He explained that the conversation would be documented, that Ronke could leave at any time, and that she was not being offered employment in exchange for testimony. Ronke arrived 20 minutes early. She wore her cream blouse, a navy skirt, and the cracked black shoes. In her bag were printed copies of her notes, screenshots of the termination letter, and the business card Han had given her. Han joined by secure video from another room in the hotel. A single page appeared on the table. It was written in Korean. "Translate the meaning," the lawyer said. "Do not try to produce legal wording. Mark any term you cannot confirm." Ronke read the first paragraph twice. It described a heat-resistant separation layer between battery modules. The layer was required for the configuration intended for high-temperature, high-density urban operation. The document stated that removal required fresh testing and written engineering approval. Ronke underlined two technical terms. "I understand the general meaning," she said, "but these two should be checked by a battery engineer." The next paragraph described a 7-year performance warranty under defined charging conditions. The final paragraph carried a note. "Local procurement has requested alternative assembly. Technical division does not approve omission of thermal barrier without validation test." Ronke's mouth went dry. "These are the words I heard them discussing." The lawyer placed an English page beside it. The same section described the thermal barrier as an optional enhanced safety accessory available at additional cost. The warranty was 2 years. Ronke looked up. "They are not the same document." "Can you sign a certified translation?" the lawyer asked. "No. Why?" "I am not certified, even if the meaning is clear, especially because the meaning is important." Han Seo-yeon's voice came through the speaker. "Thank you." Ronke turned toward the screen. Han continued. "A certified translator and 2 engineers are reviewing it. This was not a test to catch you. It was to see whether your account aligned with a document you had never seen. It does. Yes." Ronke stared at the 2 pages. "How did the English version change?" "We are tracing that." "What happens now?" "We preserve evidence. We confirm authorship. We compare every file version." "The signing?" "Postponed publicly for scheduling reasons." Ronke looked down. "Kemi will know somebody is checking. She already knows something is wrong. Then she may destroy records. That is why the legal hold was issued this morning." For the first time in days, Ronke felt a small measure of relief. It did not last. At 3:46 p.m., her phone rang. Bowed, she let it ring twice before answering. "Hello, sir. Where are you? That is not your concern anymore. Do not be rude. Police want clarification." "Which station? Which officer?" Bode paused. "Come to the restaurant, and we will discuss." "No." "You think this your foreign language will save you? I think a written invitation will protect both of us. Ronk, do not bite the hand that used to feed you." "The hand withheld my salary." He breathed heavily into the phone. "You have been contacting Blue Harbor." Ronke said nothing. "So it is true. Who told you?" "Leave this matter. That company can destroy you." "Did Madam Kemi enter the locker corridor before the USB was found?" Bode went quiet. "Sir, you are confused. Did you open my locker for her?" The line ended. Ronke saved the call log and wrote down the conversation. On Tuesday morning, Blue Harbor's demonstration yard in Apapa prepared for the vehicle trial. The location was a fenced industrial compound near the port, large enough for the electric bus to accelerate, brake, turn, and complete simulated loading cycles. Engineers had placed temperature sensors along the battery enclosure. Fire safety equipment stood nearby. The test was controlled, not ceremonial, but Taddeo invited a media team to capture footage for the launch campaign. He wanted momentum. Kemi wanted the test completed before the independent review reached him. Han Seo-yeon received notice of the trial at 6:52 a.m. from a Korean engineer who had been asked to attend. She called Ronke at 7:04. "I need language support at the yard," Han said. "Temporary. Paid through counsel. You will not interpret legal conclusions. Only direct communication." Ronke hesitated. "Tayo will be there, yes. Kemi too. Yes. Do they know I am coming?" "No." Ronke looked at her father, who sat at the table drinking tea. He saw the fear in her face. "Go," he said. She covered the phone. "You did not hear the question. I heard your silence." Ronke returned to the call. "I will come." She arrived at 9:36 wearing safety boots, borrowed through Han's legal team, dark trousers, a pale blue shirt, and a reflective vest. Her orange scarf made her easy to identify among the grey coveralls. The demonstration bus stood in the center of the yard. It was 12 meters long, blue and white, with Blue Harbor's logo already fixed near the front. The body looked clean and modern. Cameras moved around it. A presenter rehearsed lines about quieter streets and cleaner air. Ronke saw Tayo near the charging station. His cobalt suit had been replaced by a dark blue field jacket, but the same confidence surrounded him. Kemi stood beside him in an emerald green suit beneath a reflective vest. When Kemi saw Ronke, the color left her face for half a second. Tayo's reaction was anger. "What is she doing here?" Han's lawyer answered. "She is providing language support to Madam Han's technical observers." Tayo looked at Ronke. "You are now following our project." Ronke kept her voice calm. "I was invited." "By whom?" A black vehicle stopped near the administration building. Han Seo-yeon stepped out. This time she wore a structured ivory suit with gold edging. 2 senior representatives followed her. The Korean engineers bowed slightly when she approached. Tayo stared. The woman from the restaurant walked past him without stopping. "Madam Han," he said. She turned. "Mr. Balogun, you are the chairwoman, yes?" Tayo glanced toward Ronke, then back at Han. "I was not informed you would attend." "I was not informed a vehicle using a disputed configuration would be tested." Kemi stepped in. "Madam, there is no dispute. Only a translation clarification." Han looked at her. He thanked investors. He thanked the city officials. He thanked Kemi for driving procurement through a difficult market. Kemi smiled. Then he turned toward the Korean side and delivered a short greeting in Korean. The grammar was smooth. Ronke listened from the rear wall. There had been a time when she would have admired it. Now she understood that language could decorate a man without correcting him. Tayo ended his speech to another round of applause. The master of ceremonies invited the parties to the signing table. Tayo sat. Kemi moved closer to the stage. A staff member placed the final appendix before him. He uncapped the pen. "Please hold." The voice came from the central aisle. Madam Han Seo-yeon entered the hall. "Silence, sir." "Kemi asked me to open the locker area." "Did she touch my locker?" I stepped away to answer a call. "For how long?" "Maybe 90 seconds. "Did she have the master key?" Bode breathed heavily. "Yes. Why did you tell police nobody opened it?" "Because I panicked. And why did you withhold my salary?" "Tayo ordered that you should be removed." "He did not order you to keep wages I had already earned." Bode's voice dropped. "Ronk, what do you want?" "My salary, my name cleared, and a truthful statement." "You think big people will allow you to embarrass them?" She wore an ivory suit with narrow gold edging. Behind her walked 2 Hanseong directors, an independent translator, an engineer, and legal counsel. The Korean delegation stood. Then, several Nigerian officials stood because they understood, at last, who she was. Tayo slowly placed the pen down. "Madam Han." She reached the front and faced the room. "I apologize for interrupting the program. Hanseong Transit Systems has not approved the appendix on this table." A murmur moved through the hall. Kemi stepped forward. "Madam Chairwoman." The appendix was cleared through the agreed procurement channel. Han looked at her. It was altered through the procurement channel. The murmur became louder. Tayo stood. Altered by whom? Han turned toward the board chair. Her orange scarf lay across her knees. Her fingers would not stop trembling. Han sat beside her. "You did the correct thing at the yard," she said. Ronki kept looking through the window. Correct things can still ruin a person. "Yes, my father may see those pictures. He will hear your account from you. Strangers have already decided. Strangers decide quickly because they do not pay the price when they are wrong." Ronke turned toward her. "Will your company issue a statement?" "Not until we verify the test logs and document trail. So I should remain silent while they call me a thief." Han did not soften her answer. "With your permission, the evidence should answer that question." The board chair nodded. The lights dimmed. The giant screen behind the stage changed from the shining image of an electric bus to 2 columns of text. Korean on the left, English on the right. An independent translator stood beside the screen. The Korean master requires a heat-resistant separation layer between battery modules for the approved high-temperature urban configuration, she said. The English appendix presented for signature describes that layer as an optional enhanced safety accessory. A yellow highlight appeared across both sections. The Korean master provides a 7-year performance warranty under stated operating conditions. The English appendix provides 2 years. Another highlight appeared. This stopped being about embarrassment when a safety document was changed. Bode ended the call. Ronke saved the recording in 3 locations. By then, the independent comparison team had reviewed 14 versions of the contract appendix. The file history showed that the Korean master remained consistent. The first English draft also matched it. The language changed after the document entered Blue Harbor's procurement system. A user account assigned to Kemi had modified the warranty term from 7 years to 2. Another user, belonging to the contracted interpreter, had changed mandatory thermal barrier to optional enhanced safety accessory. The edits occurred at 2:13 a.m. on a Sunday. A second trail led to payments. The Korean technical note states that the local alternative assembly was not approved without further validation. That objection does not appear in the English version. Tayo turned toward Kemi. Her face remained controlled. "This is a drafting inconsistency," she said. The commercial team was still harmonizing language. Han's engineer spoke next. "The difference is not stylistic. It changes product configuration, risk allocation, warranty exposure, and testing obligations." Kemi lifted one hand. The prototype test showed only minor overheating during a controlled cycle. The screen changed again. A graph appeared. The engineer pointed to a red line. The approved cycle was increased without written authorization. Module 4 rose beyond the expected thermal curve. Heat transfer accelerated across the unprotected section. Han's lead engineer spoke rapidly in Korean. Ronke translated sentence by sentence. "The supplier specification is not the approved Hanseong configuration. A low-load diagnostic can be performed. No stress cycle until the thermal model is confirmed." Kemi folded her arms. "We have already scheduled media. A basic run will prove there is no issue." Han replied. "Safety does not become less real because cameras are waiting." Tayo looked toward the media team, then toward the bus. Pride fought caution inside him. "We will do only the low-load diagnostic," he said. The engineers agreed reluctantly. The bus powered on at 10:18 a.m. For the first 12 minutes, nothing unusual happened. The vehicle moved through a slow circuit. The test was stopped before damage spread. Tayo's eyes narrowed. Who increased the cycle? The local test log appeared. A message from Kemi's work phone instructed the supervisor to give the media something stronger and proceed to the higher load. Silence fell. Kemi shook her head. That message is being taken out of context, Han replied. Then we will include the full context. The screen displayed the complete message thread. Proceed with higher load. Engineering has not cleared it, Ma. Do it. We cannot show crawling speed to the press. What if the temperature rises? Cooling will handle it. We need a successful run before tomorrow. Tayo closed his eyes for 1 second. When he opened them, he looked older. A consultancy company, registered 6 months earlier, had invoiced Blue Harbor 463 million naira for localization, supply coordination, and climate adaptation services. Its director was Kemi's cousin. The company had no engineering staff, no warehouse, and no previous transport projects. The local supplier that provided the altered module arrangement shared an office address with the consultancy. Still, evidence of suspicious payments was not the same as proof of criminal guilt. Han's lawyers documented everything and prepared referrals. They did not announce convictions before charges. Ronke respected that. Tayo did not know the full picture yet. Kemi controlled the information reaching him, but the test yard incident had cracked his trust. He requested the raw technical logs. Kemi sent a summary instead. Kemi faced the audience. This is an internal operational discussion. It does not prove fraud. No, Han said. The financial and digital records address that. The next slide showed the file history. The first English translation matched the Korean master. At 2:13 a.m. on a Sunday, the warranty term changed from 7 years to 2 under Kemi's account. 4 minutes later, the mandatory safety wording changed under the interpreter's account. Kemi spoke quickly. My account is used by members of my team. Your account required a one-time security code sent to your personal phone, the board chair said. Kemi looked toward him. He continued. The access was verified through your registered device. The screen changed again. Public denial may protect you emotionally today and damage the investigation tomorrow. Ronka looked away again. It was not the comforting answer. That was why she believed it. At home, her father had already seen the images on a neighbor's phone. He sat at the table when Ronke entered, his face tight with anger. Did you enter the place illegally? No. Did you touch the bus? No. Did you stop something dangerous? I translated an instruction correctly. He nodded. Then his stronger hand struck the table. Why are they calling you a thief? Because it is easier than answering what I heard. He squeezed his face. Give me the phone. I will call that CEO. 463 million naira. Consultancy fee. Localization. Climate adaptation. Supply coordination. The receiving company's registration record appeared beside the invoice. Its director shared a family name and residential address with Kemi's cousin. Photographs showed the company's listed office. 1 room above, a phone accessory shop. No engineering staff. No testing facility. No transport license. A bank representative leaned toward another and whispered. Kemi's voice rose. Many legitimate firms begin from small offices. Poverty is not evidence of fraud. Ronke felt the words strike the room with bitter irony. Han did not smile. You are correct, she said. Poverty is not evidence of fraud. Neither is wearing a waitress uniform. Several heads turned toward Ronke. Kemi's face hardened. He requested the original Korean appendix. She said Han Seong's lawyers had restricted circulation. He called the official interpreter directly. Did Madam Han instruct us to proceed at the yard? The man hesitated. She gave a general instruction. That is not what I asked. Sir, Technical Korean can be interpreted in different ways. Did Ronke translate her correctly? Another pause. On that sentence, yes. Tae leaned back in his office chair. The Blue Harbor logo filled the wall behind him. He had built the company over 13 years. 6 vans had become 311 vehicles, 2 logistics hubs, and a new mobility division. He had slept in depots. He had negotiated loans nobody believed he would repay. Han continued. But altered documents, hidden ownership connections, inconsistent invoices, and a payment trail are evidence that require investigation. Kemi pointed toward Ronke. This entire attack began with a dismissed employee who stole a USB. There it was, her final shield. The screen went dark for 2 seconds, then a photograph appeared. Ronke's locker. The black USB resting on her orange apron. Kemi looked almost relieved. Han addressed the room. The device was found at 10 to 8 p.m. on the night of the dinner. Madam Williams reported it missing at 9:52. A second image appeared. The master register, 9:41 p.m. Master key released to manager B. Coker, returned at 9:49. A third image appeared. The electronic guest pass log. There was only the hard smell of overheated insulation, the red warning on the monitor, and the knowledge that one wrong switch could have blinded the team to what the battery was doing. The yard stayed silent for several seconds. Then the engineer said in Korean, "The barrier omission allowed abnormal heat transfer. This unit must be shut down and inspected." Ronke translated. Tayo stared at the bus. The cameras had stopped recording. Kemi's face had become rigid. Han turned to Tayo. "The waitress you mocked has now corrected your interpreter twice." Tayo's eyes moved to Ronke. She stood in borrowed safety boots, one hand still clenched at her side. He opened his mouth. No apology came. Kemi Williams entered the staff corridor at 9:42 and exited at 9:48. Kemi's lips parted. Bode sat near the side aisle, shrinking inside his suit. Han looked toward him. "Mr. Coker, please stand." Bode did not move at first. The board chair repeated, "Stand, please." Bode rose. His forehead shone with sweat. "Did you give Madam Williams access to the staff locker area?" Han asked. Bode looked at Kemi. She stared back at him. A warning passed between them. Bode swallowed. "Yes." The hall stirred. "Did you remain with her?" "No." "How long was she alone?" "About 90 seconds." "Did you disclose that fact to police when the USB was found?" He had learned enough Korean to win trust in rooms where Nigerian companies were treated as buyers, not partners. He believed success proved judgment. Now one sentence from a frightened interpreter suggested his judgment had been used against him. Tayo called Kemi into his office. She arrived with her tablet and the confidence she wore like perfume. Why did the interpreter mistranslate Madam Han? He made a mistake. Twice. He was under pressure because Ronke kept interrupting. The warning at the bus was also wrong. The engineer was speaking quickly. Ronke understood him. Kemi's expression hardened. "You are becoming impressed by her." "This is not about being impressed." "Is it not?" Bode looked down. "No. Why?" "I was afraid the restaurant would lose Blue Harbor's account." "Did you tell your receptionist that she saw nothing?" "Yes." "Did you withhold Ronke Adebayato's salary after dismissing her?" Bode's voice became almost inaudible. "Yes. On what lawful basis?" He said nothing. Uzo began crying quietly from the witness area. The board chair asked her to come forward. She walked to the front in her lavender dress, holding a printed statement with both hands. Her voice shook during the first sentence. Then it steadied. "I saw Madam Kemi enter the staff corridor before the USB was reported missing." Ronke almost smiled. "And say what?" "I will tell him his suit cannot cover foolishness. That may not help the legal process. It will help my chest." This time she laughed. Then she knelt beside him and rested her forehead against his knee. "I am afraid," she said. He placed his hand on her head. "I know. If this fails, I may never work in hospitality again. Then hospitality will lose somebody good. The rent. We will not solve rent with fear tonight." Ronki closed her eyes. Across town, Uzo watched the same images during her break at Meridian Terrace. Two waiters beside her laughed at the caption. "This Ronke has ambition, oh," one said. "I knew it could help Ronke, but I kept quiet because I was afraid of losing my job, and because I was still paying a cooperative loan." My silence allowed a false accusation to grow. She looked toward Ronke. "I am sorry." Ronke's eyes filled, but she nodded once. Uzo continued. "I later photographed the key register and access log. Those records are the ones shown here." Kemi turned toward Bode. "You are lying to save yourself." Bode's head lifted. "For 1 year. I allowed you to speak to my staff as if they were dogs because your company spent money in that restaurant. I opened that corridor because you ordered me. I lied because I was afraid. She embarrassed you at the restaurant. Now she appears beside Madame Han, and suddenly you are questioning people who have built this company with you." Tayo stood. "I am questioning a technical discrepancy, which I have explained." "No, you have labeled it. That is not the same thing." Kemi watched him carefully. He continued. "Send me the original procurement audit trail. Legal has it. I own this company. You own shares in this company. The board owns governance." The correction struck him. Kemi softened her tone. "Tayo, listen. The project is under attack. Madame Han is protecting her company. Ronke is protecting herself. If we delay, Blue Harbor carries the loss. But I did not put that USB inside her locker." Kemi's voice cracked. "Neither did I." Han's counsel stepped forward. The USB was examined under documented custody. The files were created before the dinner. The device had never been connected to any computer, phone, or account associated with Ronke Adebayo. Its most recent connection before recovery was to a Blue Harbor procurement laptop assigned to Kemi Williams's office. The room erupted. Journalists raised cameras. Board members spoke over one another. A city official stood and demanded clarification. The master of ceremonies moved away from the stage, no longer pretending the program could continue. Kemi's composure broke. "You cannot prove I carried it into that restaurant," she said to confirm the installed module arrangement before any high-load cycle. Han looked at the interpreter. "Why did you change my instruction?" The man's face tightened. "Madam, I summarized. You reversed it." Kemi stepped closer to Tayo. "This is becoming unnecessary drama." Tayo looked from the interpreter to Ronke. For the first time, uncertainty entered his face. The engineers opened the battery inspection data. The module arrangement matched the locally altered specification. One required separation layer was absent from the prototype configuration. Tayo rounded on Kemi. "You told me it was approved." "I said the approval was being processed." "You said the configuration met requirements." "It meets the local supplier's specification." "No criminal conclusion is being announced here," the board chair said. "The evidence will be referred to the appropriate authorities." Kemi laughed sharply. "So this is a trial now? A waitress hears one conversation, and all of you build a performance around her?" Ronke stepped forward. She did not rush. Her amber dress caught the light as she walked down the aisle. The old notebook rested in her hand. She stopped several meters from the stage. "I did not ask anybody to build a performance," she said. "I asked people to check." Kemi pointed at her. "You wanted revenge from the moment Tayo corrected you." Ronke's voice remained low. "He did not correct me. He insulted me. We need to sign, release the first payment, and resolve specification details before delivery." without written engineering approval. The prototype issue was minor. Smoke came from the battery enclosure. It was controlled, because the correct instruction was followed. Kemi's eyes narrowed. Tayo saw it. A brief flash of resentment, not fear, not concern, resentment that he had asked. "Send the audit trail by 5, he said. Kemi left without answering. At 4:42 p.m., she accessed the communications server and searched for Ronki's compliance email. The deleted message still existed in the system backup. She requested permanent removal. The Information Technology Administrator refused because of the legal hold. Kemi called him directly. "This is an executive instruction." Tayo looked down. Kemi turned to the hall. "She is enjoying this. Look at her. One night carrying tea, and now she is standing before executives as if she understands transport contracts." Ronke held up the notebook. "I never claimed to be an engineer. I never claimed to be a certified legal translator. When I met the lawyers, I marked the terms I could not confirm. Independent professionals verified them." She looked directly at Kemi. "You thought my honesty was weakness, because your own system depended on people pretending to know what they did not know." Kemi's face twisted. "You are still a waitress." The words came out like spit. Ronki nodded. "I was a waitress. From serving soup to hijacking electric bus." Uzo did not laugh. She remembered Kemi walking into the locker corridor at 9:43 p.m. She remembered Bode coming out with the master keys. She remembered the USB appearing 25 minutes later. She also remembered staying silent. Her silence had not protected Ronke. It had protected the lie. At 6:10 p.m., after the dinner rush began, Uzo entered the small records room beside Bodade's office. She knew the paper key register was kept inside a blue file because reception staff signed it whenever they borrowed the spare storage key. She found the file on the second shelf. The page for the night of the dinner showed a handwritten entry, "And when I carried food, I did honest work." The sentence silenced the hall again. She continued, "The shame was never in my apron. The shame was in using money and language to treat workers as if they had no mind. The shame was in changing documents because you believed nobody beneath your title could read them." Kemi opened her mouth. No answer came. Madam Hahn turned toward Tayo. "Mr. Balagan, do you remember what you said at Meridian Terrace?" Tayo's shoulders stiffened. "Yes." "Please translate it for your board." He looked at her. "Madam Hahn, you used Korean because you believed the Nigerian workers could not understand you. Translate your words now. Ma, legal hold overrides deletion." "Who issued it?" "External counsel on behalf of Hanseong." Kemi ended the call. Her control was shrinking. That evening, a stranger sent Ronke an envelope through a dispatch rider. Inside were 6 printed pages from the contract appendix and a note. "Post everything tonight. They cannot hide if the public sees it. No sender, no explanation." Ronke photographed the envelope without touching more than the edges. She called Han's lawyer. "Do not upload it," he said. "I was not planning to. It may contain genuine material, altered material, or tracking markers. Can I bring it?" "Yes." "Keep it sealed inside another bag." Ronke looked at the pages through the plastic. Tayo looked at the rows of employees seated behind the directors. Drivers, receptionists, junior analysts, cleaners, security staff. People who usually entered his meetings only to provide something and leave. He looked at Ronke. Her face held no triumph. That made it worse. Tayo's voice came slowly. "I said they should not leave documents near her." "Why?" Han asked. He swallowed. "I said people who smelled of frying oil and unpaid rent could develop long fingers." A painful sound moved through the audience. "And her shoes?" Han asked. Tayo closed his eyes. "I said even poverty was tired of following her." The words sounded uglier in English. Stripped of the foreign language, they had nowhere to hide. Instead, he said, "How did she know about this test?" Ronke felt something inside her go cold, even now, even after the warning. Kemi seized the opening. That is the question we should be asking. She was found with stolen project data. Now she appears at a restricted yard and interferes with a test. Han's voice sharpened. "She is here under my authority." Kemi turned to her. "With respect, Madam, you may have been manipulated by a dismissed employee seeking revenge." Ronke looked at Kemi. "Was the load increased beyond the approved cycle?" she asked. Kemi's eyes flashed. "Do not question me." The local test supervisor lowered his head. Tayo saw it. "What did you change?" Han looked at him for a long moment. "You used Korean to measure her dignity. Yet you did not use Korean to read the document carrying your signature." Tayo lowered his head. "How could one executive deceive your company?" Han continued. "Because she was clever. Yes. Because systems failed. Yes. But also because you created a culture where people fund titles were believed and people with trays were dismissed." Tayo gripped the back of his chair. The board chair stood. "Mr. Balagan, pending a full governance review, you are suspended from executive duties with immediate effect." A gasp moved through the hall. Tayo did not argue. The temptation was real. One upload could turn public anger toward Blue Harbor. One dramatic post could clear her in the eyes of strangers. The blogger would share it. News pages would call. Bode might panic. Tayo might finally feel the shame she had carried. But if the pages were altered, she would become exactly what Kemi claimed. If they were genuine, public release could contaminate interviews and alert other participants. Ronke handed the envelope to counsel the next morning. "Do you know who sent it?" he asked. "No." "Why did you not use it?" "Because I do not want to win with a document I cannot verify." He looked at her for a long moment. "Kemi Williams," the chair continued, "your employment and system access are terminated pending referral of the evidence to law enforcement and regulatory authorities. Security will accompany you to collect no personal items today. They will be inventoried and returned through counsel." Kemi stared at him. "You cannot do this in public. You prepared to sign a public contract using altered terms. I built this division. You compromised it." Kemi looked toward Tayo. "Say something." He raised his head. For years, she had protected deadlines, removed obstacles, and given him victories. He had rewarded results without examining the methods. He had defended her because her confidence resembled his own. Now he saw the cost. 9:41 p.m. Master key released to Manager B. Coker. Purpose VIP privacy inspection returned 9:49 p.m. Kemi had reported the missing USB at 9:52. Uzo photographed the page. Then she checked the digital entrance log at reception. The staff corridor door had recorded Kemi's temporary guest pass at 9:42 and again at 9:48. She photographed that too. "Looking for something?" Bode's voice came from the doorway. Uzo nearly dropped her phone. He entered and closed the door behind him. "Sir, I was checking the key register." "I can see." "Why did you write privacy inspection?" Bode held out his hand. "Give me your phone." "No." His face changed. "Uzo." "No, sir. You told me the configuration was approved," he said. "I was protecting the project." "You hid an engineering objection." "I was protecting this company from delay." "You changed the warranty." "The supplier margin was impossible otherwise." "You planted evidence on Ronke." Kemi's face hardened again. "You insulted her first." The hall froze. Tayo flinched as if she had struck him. Kemi laughed once, bitterly. "Do not stand there like a righteous man. You gave me the weapon. You made sure everybody knew her voice did not matter. I only used the room you created." Security officers approached. Kemi looked around at the cameras, the board, and the employees who had once rushed to open doors for her. Your shift has ended. My shift ends at 10:30. It ended now. Am I suspended? Do not bring grammar to me. Change and wait in my office. Ronke opened her mouth, then closed it. Yuzo stood near the reception desk, her eyes wide. What happened? She whispered. Later. Bode pointed toward the staff room. Now Ronke. Ronke walked away. Behind her, the private room door opened. Kemi stepped into the corridor. Manager, she called. Bode straightened at once. Madam, I need a word. They moved several meters away, but not far enough. Kemi kept her voice low. That waitress. What is her full name? Ronke Adebayo. How long has she worked here? Her voice dropped. Poor people are allowed one mistake. Rich people are allowed many. Do not pretend today changed that. Ronke answered before anybody else. You are right about one thing. Systems often forgive the powerful. That is why this must not end with you losing a job. Kemi looked at her. Ronke continued. The money must be traced. The workers you damaged must be repaired. The procurement process must change. Otherwise, they will remove your name and keep your method. Even Han turned to look at her. Security escorted Kemi from the hall. She did not cry. She did not beg. Her heels struck the floor, with the same sharp sound they had made at Meridian Terrace. Ronke added, I want the truth to stand even when I am not in the room. The lawyer wrote the sentence down. The pages were later confirmed as genuine but incomplete. They had come from a Blue Harbor employee who feared being identified. The legal team preserved them, but did not rely on them alone. 3 days before the rescheduled contract ceremony, the independent engineers issued a preliminary report. The altered configuration could not be accepted as equivalent to the approved one. The missing barrier increased the risk of heat moving between modules under certain high-load conditions. The prototype test did not prove that a public fire would occur. It proved that the change required new validation before deployment. The difference mattered. Only now, nobody moved aside to honor her. The board chair announced that the contract signing was cancelled pending a fresh technical and financial review. The banks froze the disputed payment release. Hanseong agreed to retain the broader partnership only if independent validation, bilingual review, and governance reforms were implemented. The journalists began shouting questions. Tayo removed his Blue Harbor executive badge. He placed it on the table beside the unsigned contract. Then he walked toward Ronke. Every camera followed him. He stopped in front of her. I am sorry, he said. Ronke looked at him. The room waited for the easy ending. For forgiveness. For a handshake. For a photograph that would clean everybody's reputation. Ronke did not give them one, Brakes responded. Steering past, cabin systems remained stable. Tayo began to relax. Kemi whispered something to the local test supervisor. The next cycle increased the simulated passenger load and cooling demand beyond what had been approved. Ronke did not know that. The Korean engineer did. At 10:34, he pointed at the temperature display and spoke sharply. Module 4 is rising too fast. Isolate the auxiliary battery branch. Stop the load cycle. The official interpreter shouted in English, switch off the main power and continue auxiliary cooling. The local technician reached for the main isolation control. Ronke's stomach dropped. No, her voice cut across the yard. Everybody froze. She moved toward the control line, but stopped outside the marked safety boundary. Sorry cannot return the night's strangers called me a thief, she said. It cannot return the salary your decision allowed them to withhold. It cannot erase the fear in my father's house. Tayo's face tightened. I know. No, sir. You are beginning to know. He accepted the correction. Ronke continued. If you are truly sorry, do not ask me to make you feel forgiven today. Repair the system that made your insult more believable than my truth. Tayo nodded. What should be repaired? Do not ask only me. Ask the drivers, cleaners, receptionists, junior staff, and people whose complaints never reached you. Then put rules behind the apology. Ronke insisted on it. We should not say 73 buses would catch fire, she told Han's counsel. The report does not say that. What does it support? That Blue Harbor was about to buy 73 buses that did not match the approved safety configuration or the warranty they were promised. Correct. And that the trial produced abnormal heat transfer. Correct. And that somebody hid the objection. The audit supports that conclusion. Ronke nodded. Facts were less dramatic than rumors. They were also stronger. 14 hours before the signing ceremony, Han Seo-yeon received the complete preliminary package. It included the bilingual comparison, file metadata, payment trail, test logs, key register, guest pass access record, Ronke's original notes, Uzo's statement, Bode's recorded admission, and the compliance email Kemi had deleted. For the first time since the story began, Tayo listened without preparing a reply. 3 weeks later, Meridian Terrace paid Ronke every naira of the salary it had withheld, plus compensation agreed through mediation. The restaurant withdrew the misconduct notice and sent written corrections to the businesses that had received Bode's warning. Bode was removed as manager. He did not go to prison because cowardice was not automatically a criminal conviction. But he lost the position he had protected by sacrificing Ronke. As part of the settlement, he gave a complete statement about the locker access and helped develop a rule that no guest, executive, or manager could open a worker's locker without written authorization, 2 witnesses, and a documented inventory. You want to lose your job because of Ronke? She lost her job because we kept quiet. We did not put anything inside her locker. Uzo stared at him. We? Bode's lips tightened. She stepped back. You opened it for Kemi. She said she needed to confirm whether staff had copied guest information. And you left her alone there, only for 1 minute. Then she planted it. You cannot prove that, but you knew she entered before it was found. Bode lowered his voice. Listen to me. Blue Harbor spends more than 30 million naira here every year. If I accuse their chief operating officer without proof, this restaurant could lose the account. He also faced the staff he had silenced. At the meeting, he stood without a tie. I thought protecting the restaurant meant protecting the biggest customer, he said. I was wrong. A business that survives by destroying one innocent worker is already failing. Some employees accepted his apology. Others did not. He was not entitled to their forgiveness. Uzo remained at Meridian Terrace. 2 months later, the owners promoted her to service supervisor after she helped establish an anonymous reporting channel and staff witness policy. On her first day in the new role, she called Ronke. I still feel guilty. You should remember, Ronke said, but do not turn guilt into another kind of silence. I will not. Han called an emergency meeting of Hanseong's project committee. She also contacted Blue Harbor's independent board chair. By 9:20 p.m., 3 board members knew. By 10:05, the event venue was instructed to add a secure presentation feed. By 10:37, legal observers were scheduled to attend. Kemi received no warning. Tayo received only a message stating that Madam Han would make a technical clarification before signature. He called her at 11:02. Madam Han, is there a problem that I should know about? Yes, she said. What problem? You will see the evidence tomorrow. I am the CEO. I should not be surprised in front of my board. Han's voice remained calm. And when somebody junior tells you something uncomfortable, I will check before I dismiss it. Good. Uzo smiled through the phone. You sound like old woman now. Respect yourself. They laughed. The legal process against Kemi moved more slowly than social media expected. Investigators interviewed staff, reviewed payments, examined company ownership records, and traced devices. The interpreter's contract was terminated, and his professional conduct was referred to the relevant body. Accounts linked to the consultancy were restricted, while the source and purpose of funds were examined. 2 months after the public exposure, formal charges were filed relating to document falsification, procurement fraud, obstruction of investigation, and the planted USB evidence, he asked. Nothing unsafe. That is not an answer. The Korean engineer requested the test logs. A technician downloaded them to a secured drive. Han instructed her legal team to preserve a copy. Kemi stepped away and pulled out her phone. By 11:12 a.m., 3 edited photographs had been sent anonymously to a transport industry blog. They showed Ronke near the bus, pointing toward the controls. The caption claimed a former waitress accused of data theft had entered Blue Harbor's restricted test yard and disrupted a $1 billion project. By 12:03, the images were circulating online. By 12:41, somebody had added Ronke's old staff photograph from Meridian Terrace. By 1:17, strangers were calling her a thief. No judge delivered instant punishment in a conference hall. No prison door closed the same afternoon. The case entered the slow machinery of law, where allegations had to be proved and every accused person had the right to answer. That did not weaken justice. It made it real. Blue Harbor's board completed its governance review after 11 weeks. Tayo's executive suspension remained in place. His annual performance bonus was cancelled. A portion already approved was redirected, through a board-supervised settlement, toward worker compensation, independent safety review, and language access controls. He was required to attend listening sessions with employees from every level of the company. The first session included drivers, cleaners, dispatch coordinators, reception staff, and junior analysts. At the beginning, nobody spoke. A good CEO should not be surprised by documents generated inside his own company. The line went quiet. Tayo looked across his dark office. For the first time in many years, the title on his door did not feel like power. It felt like a question. At 6:15 the next morning, Ronke woke before her alarm. She stood in front of the small mirror and put on an amber-orange midi dress beneath a cream jacket. The dress was not new. Uzo had lent it to her after insisting that Ronke should not walk into a hall full of people wearing clothes that reminded her of the worst night of her life. Her shoes were different. Tayo sat without assistance, without a stage, and without his cobalt suit. He wore a plain white shirt and dark trousers. Finally, a cleaner raised her hand. "Sir, when executives pass us, some do not greet." Tayo nodded. "I have done that." A driver spoke next. "When we report brake issues, supervisors call us lazy because they want vehicles on the road." A receptionist said, "People shout at us because they know our jobs are easy to replace." A junior analyst said, "We adjust reports because managers punish bad news." Tayo wrote until his wrist hurt. At the end, he said, "I thought results made a culture strong. People could lose jobs. So you chose one person to lose everything. I chose the business." Uzo's eyes filled. "No, sir. You chose the powerful person because you thought the poor person had nobody." Bode's jaw worked. "Delete those pictures. No. I will suspend you. Then write it down." Uzo moved around him and opened the door. Bode grabbed her wrist. She looked at his hand. He released her at once. Uzo walked out, heart pounding so hard she could hear it. At 6:27, she sent the photographs to Ronke with one sentence. "I am sorry I kept quiet." Kemi entered before the USB was reported missing. Ronke saw the message at 7:03. "I did not understand that fear can also produce results for a while." The cleaner looked at him. "Sir, understanding is good. What will change?" That question became the measure. Blue Harbor introduced an independent safety hotline. Any employee could stop a vehicle test without punishment when a documented risk appeared. Procurement approvals were separated among technical, financial, and compliance teams. No single executive could control translation, supplier selection, and payment authorization. All bilingual contracts required certified translation, reverse translation, and line-by-line technical sign-off. Complaints involving senior executives bypassed management and went to an external channel. The rules were not perfect. Rules never are. But they made abuse more difficult to hide. 6 months after the conference, Tayo remained outside executive management. Simple black flats bought from a market stall, with money Han's legal team had paid for her language support work. They were not expensive. They did not need to be. Her father watched from the doorway. "You look like somebody going to collect debt." Ronke smiled nervously. "Maybe I am. Do not shout. I will not. Do not insult them. I will not. Do not allow them to insult you." Ronke met his eyes in the mirror. "I will not," he nodded. Then he held out her old notebook. "You forgot this." Ronke took it. The page with the time 8:24 p.m. had become the first stone in a road nobody expected her to build. The board allowed him to serve only as a non-operating advisor while shareholders decided his long-term role. He had lost control of the company he founded. He had also lost the easy belief that building something gave him the right to stop listening inside it. Ronke used part of her compensation to pay the rent arrears and restore her father's medication schedule. She used another part to complete a commercial language certification program. Madame Han offered to sponsor the full cost. Ronke accepted only after the support was documented through an existing professional development fund available to other candidates. "I do not want anybody to say I received a secret reward for testimony," she explained. Han smiled. "You make generosity difficult. A safety requirement becoming optional is not punctuation." The yard went quiet. Tayo turned toward Kemi. "What does she mean?" Kemi smiled carefully. "The Korean technical team prefers the premium barrier package. Our local configuration meets baseline requirements. Do we have written approval?" "The approval is being processed." Han spoke in Korean to one of her engineers. Ronke listened. "Confirm the installed module arrangement before any high-load cycle." The official interpreter began translating. "She says the bus can begin standard testing while documentation is reviewed." Ronke's head turned sharply. That is not what she said. Every face turned toward her. The interpreter frowned. "Excuse me," Ronke repeated Han's words in English. "I make it clear. Sometimes those are the same thing." Ronke studied contract terminology, ethics, quality control procedures, and translation risk. She failed one technical module on her first attempt. That failure embarrassed her. Then it freed her. She was not a miracle. She was a woman learning a profession. She took the module again and passed with 78%. 9 months after the night at Meridian Terrace, an independent transport safety organization advertised for a language compliance officer. The position required Korean English proficiency, documentation skills, and experience identifying communication risk. Ronke applied. She sat through 2 interviews, a written test, and a blind translation exercise. Han provided a reference but did not sit on the hiring panel. Tayo had no involvement. She placed the notebook inside her bag. At 8:40 a.m., vehicles began arriving at the Eco-Atlantic Conference Center. Journalists set up cameras. City transport officials checked the program. Bank representatives reviewed funding schedules. Blue Harbor staff wore matching badges. Hanseong delegates moved through security with document cases. At 9:12, Kemi entered in an emerald green suit. She smiled for photographs. At 9:18, Tayo arrived in cobalt blue. He did not smile as easily. At 9:26, Ronke entered through a side door with Han's legal team. Uzo waited near the witness room in a lavender dress, twisting a tissue between her fingers. Bode arrived under formal summons from Meridian Terrace's owners. His tie sat crooked. Sweat marked his forehead. Ronke received the offer on a Tuesday afternoon, while helping her father with his physiotherapy exercises. She read the email twice. Then a third time. Her father watched her face. Good news? She handed him the phone. His eyes moved slowly over the message. When he reached the salary, he looked up. Are they sure? Ronke laughed. Daddy, I am asking because this money has too many numbers. They are sure. He stood with help from the table and pulled her into an awkward embrace. His weak hand could not close fully around her back. It was enough. The 73 bus project did not disappear. After fresh validation, corrected warranties, and a new procurement process, the partnership resumed. For a full minute, she could not move. Then she called Uzo. Are you safe for now? Do not send the files to anybody else. Keep the originals. Email them to yourself. Take a video showing the whole register, not only one page, so nobody says it was edited. Uzo breathed out. You are not angry with me. I am. The honesty surprised both of them, Ronke continued. You saw what could have helped me and said nothing. I was afraid. I know. But fear does not remove the damage. Uzo began to cry quietly. I am sorry, then help repair it. How? The buses were configured with approved safety protections and independently inspected before shipment. The first vehicle entered public service almost 1 year later than planned. The delay cost money. It also prevented a much larger cost from being hidden inside a rushed signature. 1 year after the dinner, Meridian Terrace hosted a workplace dignity training program for hospitality and corporate managers. Ronke was invited to speak about language, status, and reporting systems. She returned through the same glass doors where she had once left, without salary, umbrella, or name. The restaurant had changed some furniture. The orchids were different. The lagoon still reflected the city in broken lines. Ronke wore a burnt orange dress and carried no tray. Uzo met her at reception. When he saw Ronke, he stopped. She looked at him. Neither spoke. At 9:55, 5 minutes before the ceremony, Kemi noticed Ronke standing beside the rear wall of the main hall. Her smile vanished. She crossed the room quickly. What are you doing here? Ronke answered softly. Listening. You think Madame Han can protect you forever? I do not need forever. Kemi leaned closer. You have no idea how these rooms work. Today they may use you to attack me. Tomorrow they will remember you are still a waitress. Ronke held her gaze. I stopped being your waitress the night you entered my locker. Kemi's breath caught. Only for a second. My Madam Compliance Officer, she said, hugging her. Do not start. Should I bow? I will go home. They laughed. Bode was not there. He had taken work at a small lecturing company after several months without employment. Once, he had sent Ronke a message thanking her for refusing to lie about his role. She had replied with 2 words. Do better. Tayo attended the training as part of Blue Harbor's advisory delegation. He stood near the back of the restaurant, no longer surrounded by assistants. During the tea break, A newly hired waitress approached a table of executives. She looked nervous. Her hands shook against the saucer. A spoon slipped. It struck the floor. The young woman froze. And by 2:06, the blogger who had offered her money sent another message from a new account. You should have taken my deal. Now they are telling the story for you. The first call came from an unknown woman who shouted before Ronke could say hello. You poor people are becoming too bold. You stole company files and now you want to spoil a national project? The woman ended the call. The second caller asked whether Ronke wanted to sell the USB. The third said nothing. He breathed into the phone for 11 seconds, then disconnected. Ronke switched off the device. She sat in the back seat of Han's legal team vehicle, while Lagos moved outside the tinted window. One executive squeezed his face. Before he could speak, Ronke bent to pick up the spoon. Tayo bent at the same time. Their hands stopped above it. For 1 second, the old private room returned between them. The insult, the laughter, the cracked shoes. The silence after Korean words became English truth. Tayo picked up the spoon and handed it to the waitress. No problem, he said. Please bring another when you can. The waitress breathed again. No camera captured the moment. Nobody applauded. That was what made it matter. Ronke looked at Tayo. He did not ask whether she had forgiven him. He did not use the small act as evidence that he had become a good man. Then the master of ceremonies announced that everyone should take their seats. The doors closed. The signing table waited beneath the giant Blue Harbor logo. 2 pens rested on white velvet. And somewhere behind the stage, a screen held enough evidence to remove every smile from the room. At 10:03 a.m., the master of ceremonies welcomed the guests and described the partnership as a new dawn for sustainable transport in Nigeria. The words traveled through the hall with polished confidence. A new dawn, a cleaner Lagos, 73 buses, 18.7 billion naira. Tayo sat at the center of the stage with Kemi 2 seats behind him. On his right were board members and finance partners. He simply stepped aside and allowed the waitress to continue her work with dignity. Later, during her talk, Ronke stood before managers, executives, servers, drivers, and students. She did not begin with Kemi's fraud. She began with the teacup. A person spoke about me in a language he believed I could not understand, she said. That mistake exposed more than his words. It exposed a system where clothing decided credibility. She looked across the room. A uniform tells you what duty somebody is performing at that moment. It does not tell you the full size of their mind. Poverty is not evidence of dishonesty. Wealth is not evidence of wisdom, and fluency is not permission to humiliate. The room remained silent. Tell the truth in a place where it can be recorded. The next morning, Uzo gave a formal statement to Han's local council. She provided the images, the timestamps, and a screen recording of the access log. The legal team issued a preservation request to Meridian Terrace before Bode could alter the records. Bode received the notice at 10:14 a.m. He called Ronke at 10:19. She answered with the recording function activated after the standard notification. You sent lawyers to my workplace, he demanded. They sent a records request. You want to destroy me. I want the truth about my locker. I did not plant anything, then say who entered it, Ronke continued. When somebody with little power reports a problem, do not first ask whether they look important enough to be right. Ask whether the facts can be checked. Respect is not charity. It is a control against blindness. Madame Han sat in the front row. Uzo stood near the doorway. Tayo listened from the back. Ronke closed her notebook. According to the way I see this story, the most dangerous thing was not that Tayo used Korean to insult a waitress he believed could not understand. The most dangerous thing was that he had trained himself to believe a woman carrying a tray had nothing worth hearing. A foreign language can hide cruelty for a few minutes. On his left sat Hanxiong representatives, though Madame Han's chair remained empty. Kemi glanced at the empty seat and relaxed slightly. The master of ceremonies continued. Before the formal signing, Mr. Tayo Balagun will address us. Applause rose. Tayo approached the lectern. He looked every inch the man newspapers had celebrated. Cobalt suit, white shirt, calm face. A silver watch catching the light. But the folder in his hand trembled once before he opened it. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began. 13 years ago, Blue Harbor started with 6 delivery vans, 1 rented office, and a belief that Nigerian companies could build world-class systems. Today, we stand ready to enter a new era. He spoke about jobs, cleaner air, local assembly, and modern cities. Money can hide it for years. A title can make people afraid to name it. But character always translates itself. And dignity does not need a certificate, a suit, or a large bank account before it deserves respect. He said isolate the auxiliary battery branch and stop the load cycle. Not the main power. The interpreter pointed at her. "You are not technical staff. I am translating his instruction." Tayo snapped. "Ronk, keep quiet. You are creating confusion." The Korean engineer raised his voice and repeated himself. Ronka translated again. "Auxiliary branch. Stop the load. Keep the main monitoring system active." Han confirmed in English. She is correct. The technician changed direction and isolated the auxiliary branch. The load cycle stopped. Cooling remained active. A thin line of gray smoke appeared near one vent, then reduced as the temperature stabilized. No explosion came. No dramatic fireball tore through the yard.